Yo, 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 what is up, my peeps? It is your main man, Copier. We are back with another awesome stream for you. Today, we're going to be watching the expansion reveal stream together. And then we're going to deep dive it with my good bunny, Metro. So, pitter-patter, let's get at her, shall we? We'll just hang around and WoW until it comes up and do nonsensical things. So, let's bring up the stream. Let's bring up the chat. Yo, Jay Storm. Well, I'm glad I could surprise you today, buddy. I'm doing pretty decent. Been having a bit of a stomach flu the past, week and a half, 2 weeks, but we're pushing through. I hope you are doing better than I. How are you, my friend? Max! Nah, grats, buddy. You'll be surprised at just how much that tier set starts to just lift your class up. Like mine, when I got my two-piece, it was huge. Huge, absolutely huge. Nice. 4-piece isn't as big for monks as it is for some classes, but still, every bit of deeps helps. I myself got this indestructible waste out of my my box of happiness today. Hey, World Peas! Well, thank you so much for choosing me. It means the world to me that you guys will come and hang out and watch this. But yeah, we're up to 272 in our eye level, and we're just rocking it. Just rocking it. It's going to be huge this week. We got a super easy week for keys. We'll probably do some key streams. It's going to be good. Oh, trust me, I got an alarm set. Trust me, when it goes live, we'll watch it. You just run around and do stuff in Zareth Mortis until it does. Let's see. Nice. Volpera are very, very popular lately, I find. I see a lot of people on Twitter talking about changing their mains to Volpera. Yeah.
Our scouts speak of a harrowing presence threatening
That sounds like a really good
cannot
idea,
allow
honestly.
this menace to remain.
Nice.
Our scouts speak of a harrowing presence threatening the Northern Isle.
Let's get some buffs going. Well, grats on the 250, buddy.
The secrets shall be ours.
Watch your step.
Hey, Theo, how's it going, buddy? Oh, trust me, we'll be done with this world boss before the stream starts.
Watch your step.
Well, I'm glad you're in the recovery stage, buddy.
Well fought. We cannot allow these sacred lands to be scavenged and left in the ruins.
Might actually be an upgrade. We're at 259 anyway. Yeah, Metro's probably starting his right about now. I want to perch my tune on top of the big circle here, and then we'll have probably switch over. Three minutes. World Peas Shrouded Bags have been going for like 150 gold on my server for my servers forever. Oh yeah, this is a lightless silk pouch. They're very expensive, but the shrouded ones have been going for very cheap for a very long time. That's my time to watch a stream on a stream alarm. Let's switch on over. A 151,000 people watching it just on their thing. We'll go full screen as soon as it's available. Oof, that's... Well, that just goes to show you. Metro will call me once the stream's over. So we can deep dive. Like, once the reveal, like, the Warcraft stream is over. Our stream will go on for a while, and Metro and I will get together and discuss it. Yeah, I don't doubt the Hexweave is far more profitable. Hexweave was always a good profit margin. Very cheap mats. Well, I would recommend going into the 32 slot bags for the people who are really hardcore about it. Then I think you'll probably make gold on that. But I don't think you're going to make much gold on the shrouded 30 slot ones anymore. It just, I mean, it could recover because after the expansion is revealed, there's going to be lots of people coming back. There always is. Everything, the price of everything skyrockets, right? Well, since we've got 10 minutes before that starts. Let's actually go have a look at the auction house. Yeah, well, especially once flying starts to unlock, you're not going to make very much money from them. I'll go to the auction house. I'll show you what they look like, what bags look like on my realm. Because I got to get my mats for raid anyway. Oh. As awesome as WoW music is, yeah, once flying unlocks, your gliders are less useful. For sure. Nice. Corner in the market. I like to see it. Oh man, look at this artwork. Oh, I'm really tempted to just stay on here and chat. Well, there's always going to be some delay if you're watching a stream through a stream at the out. Right? That Wrath music, though. Oh, God. Goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps, guys. But yeah, look, oh, sorry. Shrouded cloth bags, 190. I tend to agree, J-Storm. Anyway. One of those. Let's see, I got plenty of those. to make 8. So I need 16 first flowers. I don't know October 2023. I tend to think August 2023, but maybe. Like this. Shadow core oil. How many do we have? We need to make 8 of those. Thank you very much, Matthew. I appreciate the support, the sub. Supporting the channel, much appreciated. Yeah, you're right. August is still summer. I'm not sure though, like I say. So I need 3 of those. So I need 3 nightshade, 5 widow bloom, and then 12 each of the others. Yeah. Not Death Blossom, we got plenty of those. Vigil's Torch. And we need... What those do we need? We need 20 of those. So we need 60 Marrow Root, 60 Rising Glory. And then we switch over. Yeah, normally I like to say November for a launch date, but that's May, June, July, August, September, October, November. So that's 19 months from now. That's almost 2 years from now. I don't see it being that long away. You know what I'm saying? It won't be 2022. I figure we've got another year. So I think early summer 2022 is probably an early date, and late summer 2022, or 2023 rather. Early summer 2023 is a good early date, and late summer 2023 is a good long date. But we'll see. Guys, I'm just gonna exit the game while we watch the stream just for continuity's sake. Or exit the game while we watch the stream, yeah. Just for the sake of... Here we go, everybody. Woo! I feel like that scene in Jurassic Park where the guy flips the switch. He's like, "Hold on to your butts." Hold on to your butts. Cannot begin to describe the chills that I'm having, the goosebumps.
For Azeroth!
Ooh, come on. Gimme.
Hi everyone, I'm John Haidt, General Manager for Warcraft, and with me today are my friends Ian Hazacostas, who is the Game Director for World of Warcraft, and Holly Longdale, who leads up the production team for WoW Classic. I really appreciate you tuning in. I know we're really excited to be able to give you updates on what's happening in World of Warcraft. But first I want to thank our community for all the feedback you've given us this year, and especially our Community Council. You've helped shape and influence the updates that we've done recently and what you're going to see in the upcoming year.
I mean, really, for Shadowlands in particular, the story of the last 9 months or so of this expansion is all about the community, and it's shaped by what we've been hearing from them, and us realizing as a team that we just collectively needed to do a better job of making sure the community felt heard, and so that led us to the changes we made in 9.1.5, but also really re-examining some of the assumptions and foundations of World of Warcraft about things like character investment and mains versus alts, or how catch-up should work, or the appropriate role of friction in our systems. And I think 9.1.5 represented a step in the direction of letting players have more freedom to play World of Warcraft the way they want to play it. And we really built our Eternity's End content update from the ground up around those principles.
What are some of the things that the community said that influenced your decisions for Eternity's End?
Things like the method and pacing of acquisition of the Covenant Legendary item, tons of tuning, and I think every step of the way, we were listening to make sure that we were carrying forward those lessons learned in the course of 9.1.5 into Eternity's End and beyond.
So WoW Classic came about because of the community.
Yeah, they continue to help guide and support us as Classic evolves.
World of Warcraft has always been about the world and the players that inhabit it, and we are in a lot of ways curators and caretakers of that journey and of that experience. And so once this Classic community formed and grew, we had to listen to them.
It's this tide of listening to the community and paying attention to what is a good experience for our players now. And where we really saw a sea change in this idea is with our Season of Mastery realm, which is a Season of Fresh Start Classic. And initially we were talking about it like it was going to be like a fresh start. Let's try this experiment in a season. It'll be about a year long. And then when the community found out about it, we started seeing this upswell.
Yeah, the team just took that idea and ran with it and turned, what started out as a small community project into this Soul of Iron system that became a centerpiece of Season of Mastery and a whole new opt-in hardcore mode that we've seen communities built around.
Yeah.
Lots of, thrilling victory and painful defeat.
5 hours. I made it 5 hours.
Yeah, and it continues. Like Burning Crusade Classic, we wanted to balance the Paladin seals between Horde and Alliance, so we made an addition there. We wouldn't have gotten there without the community's input.
So, influence the community. You've got another update and pretty significant controversial change for this.
Yeah, cross-faction play coming in 9.2.5, which is on a public test ROM now as a big centerpiece.
Cross-faction. Yep. You're breaking with a 17-year tradition.
Yeah, it's something. It was not an easily made decision by any means, and I think this is another one of those areas where really we try to take to heart community feedback and requests and ask ourselves as a team whether there's a way to accommodate such an earnestly held desire and still feel like we're being true to the roots of the game. I think players desire to play with their friends who might prefer a different faction, or to play with the faction that they more closely identify with, even though their raid group is elsewhere.
It's really important for me. I play a lot of alts, and I love absorbing the story for each race, and having that ability to play with all of my friends across factions is fantastic.
At the end of the day, the battle cry is for the Horde. It's not against the Alliance. It's not death to the Alliance. It's about pride in one's faction. And I think there's a way to preserve that and even strengthen that while giving players the ability to make the same choice we've seen the greatest heroes make time and time again.
I can't wait to do this. I'm seeing a lot of my friends that I never knew had a max level character in the other faction suddenly come out of the woodwork.
And then, with these cross-faction groups, many of them are going to be diving into something new that we're doing to kind of cap off Shadowlands, a Season 4. Kind of a remix, a bit of a greatest hits, revisiting all of our raid zones across the expansion, bringing in some familiar older favorites into the Mythic Plus rotation. And we recognize this is kind of a closing chapter, a little bit of a send-off to Shadowlands. As everyone gets ready for what happens next and what will come next, want to give a fun new challenge for everyone to sink their teeth into.
Really cool stuff for Modern WoW players. I'm super excited about the gear upgrades that you're going to give me and the chance to go back and play some of those awesome raids.
There's a lot to explore. Very exciting.
Metro's going to make me kill Sludgefist again, isn't he?
In World of Warcraft,
Oh.
we're going to go back to Azeroth. We're going to a space with high fantasy. I mean, our fans of Azeroth for a long time. This has been kind of the foundation of much of the lore of WoW. So without further ado, let's watch the cinematic.
Here we go.
The world has been sundered. It cries out in pain. We must go to its aid. We entrust our ancestral home to you, the Watchers. Let the land slumber, hidden even from our own eyes. You will feel our return in the waking of the land. Then, you must light the beacon of Tearhold, lest the path home be lost to us forever.
Those are Titan Watchers. Was that Alex Straza talking? Well, he's gone. It's up to you. He's got no face. Yeah, you're the only one left, buddy. Okay, so maybe the leaks were true. I knew as soon as he fell it was going to be a dragon that caught him.
The world is healing. But her fate is yet uncertain. Together, we shall be Azeroth's protectors once again. Here, the new age of dragons shall begin.
Nice!
Dragons!
Dragons.
This is so cool.
No one saw it coming.
No one saw it coming. Carefully kept secret. But seriously, I mean, what did we just see there?
The awakening of the Dragon Isles, the return of dragons, the dawn of a new age. We've seen Rathian searching for his father's legacy, searching for the Dragon Isles. There's a reason why he hasn't been able to find them until now.
The beacon going off, is that summoning the dragons?
It is removing the concealment that had hidden the Dragon Isles from the world, but also beckoning the dragons back urgently in a time of need.
I assume pretty good variety of locales within the Dragon Isles?
Yes. The Dragon Isles, as kind of standard for WoW expansion, consist of 5 zones, 4 standard leveling zones, and a new starter zone that we'll get to in a second.
Can you talk a little bit about how
New
the
starter
team
zone?
found ways to thread the dragon aspects throughout the environments?
The Dragon Isles are a place that is lush and primal, bursting with elemental energy. As Azeroth herself reawakens, those primal forces are expressed throughout the environment, whether it's magma activity, volcanic activity, whether it's the icy wastes of the Azure Span, and each one of those has a connection to a dragonflight that we've seen before. And it's going to be an amazing place for players to arrive at and explore.
All right, you know I'm going to ask.
Yes, okay, so
Can I be a dragon?
let's start getting into some features here and what Dragonflight means for you as well as just a place. So first off, yes, we have an all-new playable race, the Drakthir race.
Yeah.
This is a draconic race, but dragons in Warcraft have the ability to take on a humanoid form.
What classes can they be?
They have unique abilities as literally a dragon. That doesn't quite fit any of our existing classes. And so what we're doing is this is not just a new race, but but it's also a new class. You know, adding a new race to World of Warcraft, and not just an allied race, is something that we don't do lightly, but telling this expansion, this story, so focused around dragons, felt like the perfect time for it. So if you are a Drakthir, you will be the Evoker class. Drakthir can only be Evokers, Evokers can only be Drakthir. And the reason why only a Drakthir could be an Evoker is that an Evoker is really combining the ability to call upon the magic of the different aspects with the unique physical gifts that a Drakthir has. The ability to actually take flight and do an Onyxia-style strafing deep breath over the battlefield, land on the other side, knock everyone back with a wing buffet, and then unleash your magical abilities.
Yes, please.
The Evoker has 2 specializations. They're a hybrid of either range DPS or healer, and they wear mail armor. We figured, you know, with the new hero classes we've added over the years, we have enough melee, we don't need more of those. And also probably don't need any more leather wearers.
The raid leaders are gonna love you for that.
Exactly. This is definitely a hero class. And so that means that, you know, like the Death Knights before them or Demon Hunters, they will be starting level 58, and then they're gonna have a new starter zone. So they're gonna have a slightly different journey into the Dragon Isles as opposed to the rest of us that are sailing there from other parts of Azeroth.
Can you talk a little bit about the customizations? Like what is going to be able to identify my Drakthir character?
Basically anything and everything. You know, skin color, hair color, jewelry, tattoos, other adornments. You can make this character the expression of your identity in Azeroth.
New zone, new class,
Yep.
new race. Well, tell us about some of the
No
system
wonder they needed
updates.
an extra year.
Features.
Of course, a new expansion brings with it, you know, new systems, new features. I think in recent expansions, one of the things we've tended to do is really have these deep features that were closely tied to a specific expansion that would then get left behind as we moved on. And we've heard loud and clear from players that, you know, it's kind of a bummer to start off every new expansion by leaving a large part of your character behind, by leaving a large part of your progression behind. So this time around, what we're doing is really pouring all of our energy into permanent revamps, overhauls, and improvements to World of Warcraft's core systems. Things like our progression systems, in this case, our talent system is something that we want to completely revamp. We want to take a look at our UI. We want to take a look at professions.
So with the talent revamp and the arrival of Classic, did you learn anything about how our talents work?
I think seeing a new generation of players play with those talents and work through those talent trees really underscored some of the things that, frankly, we lost when we shifted to the Mists of Pandaria style talents and beyond. A big piece of that was some of just the granularity, the feeling of getting a level and spending a point to customize your character to make yourself a bit better in some specific way. But also, you know, that sense of hybridity that you could have. That's something that we've largely lost. And so the new talent system avoids directly pitting player power throughput choices directly against those sort of utility hybrid choices, because we know that there's always a right outcome there. And we also understand that, you know, there's a lot of strength in the flexibility of the modern talent system to let players customize their talents for a particular encounter or for dungeons versus PvP, and we don't want to lose any of that.
So John, UI?
Oh my God. Yes, I got this 30-inch monitor trying to keep track of where I am on the map, all my buffs, and oh, over here, what's going on in chat. It has literally made my eyes go like this. So,
You're not alone in that. We've made a lot of incremental changes and additions over the years, but really this is a revamp, this is an overhaul. And so we're excited to really modernize the look and feel while staying true to the origins of World of Warcraft. Now at the same time, we're not looking to take away the sort of power user customization there. Add-ons are still there if you want them, but we want a much better default out-of-the-box experience for all players, new and old alike.
and can I reduce elements, remove elements, if I want to explore the world and see the beauty of Azeroth?
When it comes to specific elements, as much as possible, we want to let players choose what to show and what to hide so that they can control it themselves.
You mentioned professions. I have a critical question about this.
Go on.
Can I wear a chef's hat?
Yeah, I knew it.
Our approach to professions in Dragonflight is really all about delivering on fantasy and identity as a crafter. And so if you want to be a serious blacksmith, if you want to be a great leather worker, we want to deliver the ability to invest time and energy into that, become a master crafter, be able to make items that are in demand, interact with the community. One of the big pieces that we want to do to support that is a new work order system to have a bit more convenience than just spamming trade chat all day. But if you are someone, you're not yourself a blacksmith, but you have a bunch of mats and you want them forged into a great sword, you can put that work order up, list your mats, offer a commission, and a skilled blacksmith can come along and make you the weapon of your dreams.
I think I
Nice.
left out one thing, though. You can be a Drakthir, go to Dragon Isles. Can I have a dragon?
What's the fantasy of dragons if not soaring over the lands? And so we're really excited to introduce a feature that we're calling dragon riding. It's dynamic with everything from momentum to dive bombs, the ability to just sort of build that speed up and feel the world rushing past you in a way that should be much more exciting than traditional flight that we've made available in the past, but that's also available for players through a customizable dragon mount right from the start.
So this is a skill you learn over time, right, to become an awesome dragon rider?
Yes, you'll be able to sort of upgrade aspects of your flight, but you will have this new form of flight from the start. And the Dragon Companion that you have is, of course, very thoroughly customizable, which is a new thing for us for mounts. This is not just a generic dragon that everyone has, but a drake that is yours. What do you want its scales to look like, horns, the shape of its head, other attachments, armor pieces, and more. Take your pick.
This is so cool.
So the Dragonflight expansion is going to see players leveling to 70, going to the all-new continent of the Dragon Isles, which consists of 5 zones, 4 standard leveling zones, and a new starter zone for our Drakthir class, as well as a range of systems revamps, such as a new talent system, an overhaul and update to our UI, and an entirely fresh look at professions with more depth than ever before. Also getting around the Dragon Isles is going to come in the form of dragon riding, which lets you customize and upgrade your own mount so that you can fly in a sense from the start. And of course, as with any new expansion, we have a new set of dungeons, a raid, and much more to come.
We also have an alpha that will be starting up in the future.
Check out our website for more information and keep an eye out for those opt-in signups if you want to help us test out Dragonflight and give us even more feedback to make it better.
We do have a deep dive that follows this, so please stay around. Classic players, we haven't forgotten about you. You could probably guess where we're gonna go next. One of the all-time favorite expansions for World of Warcraft. Let's watch the cinematic.
We had forgotten. Did you think we had forgotten? Nothing more. I can sit right has just begun. Not my king yet.
Why'd you do this?
Argent Hussein comes for you of your father, of your people, for all the lives you've stolen.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas. When my days have come to an end, you shall be king.
It's just incredible, isn't it? Every time I see the cinematic, I get chills. No pun intended, I get chills. As you saw, Wrath of the Lich King Classic is coming this year. It brings back so many memories. When you see that cinematic, what do you remember from Wrath of the Lich King?
Anytime you want to talk about undead frozen dragons, how can you not go back to Sindragosa as the source? That was the first expansion I played with my youngest son. So I can remember on that platform, black goo and chunks of ice falling off and having to repeat that battle with the Lich King. But when we finally downed him, it was such an incredible moment. He jumped up out of his room and I jumped up out of my office. We're like, yeah! Did it. So it's a very lasting tale for me.
So as you know, with this expansion, you will, in pre-patch, be able to play the Death Knight. They will start at level 55. You don't have to have a high-level character to make a Death Knight, so everyone will be able to make one.
We're excited to give players some time before Wrath officially launches to get geared up and ready to jump into Northrend with everybody else.
And there are so many zones and areas to explore in Northrend, and I want us to talk about some of our favorites. So for me, Grizzly Hills has a very special place in my heart. The music was some of the best I've experienced in World of Warcraft.
I still make my way all the way up to Storm Peaks to try and find the time-lost protodrake, and have yet to get it.
I've got to say Dragonblight. The wide open nature of the zone, Wormrest Temple in the center of it, it's an unforgettable expansion as both a developer and a player, and kind of making that transition from one to the other.
Now let's talk about some changes. So one thing we looked at is Dungeon Finder, and it feels like how we envision Classic, Dungeon Finder is not a good fit for our community.
That was kind of the first step that may have eroded some of that social fabric. Now, as people have gone through the experience of going back to vanilla, rebuilding those groups, relying on each other, not wanting necessarily a random participant just to show up and then leave.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
But today, you can do that in Shadowlands. You'll be able to do that in Dragonflight. It's a self-selected group of people who specifically want that different experience.
Yes.
Let's make sure that's what we continue to give them.
That leads right into arena teams in Burning Crusade Classic. So we listen to the community and we remove that because individual rating is preferable and a better experience for them than arena teams. Also, with Wrath of the Lich King, Barbershop, which allows you to customize your character. We're going to be adding a few more options that were not existing when Wrath launched, but also there's another side of this where we are not going to charge a real money fee. It was a paid character customization fee, right?
Yeah.
It seems the right thing to do that just be available in-game for gold and we add more options to it, right?
It's sort of like spell batching in a sense. There's a lot of technical advancements, and it's not about the philosophy of what makes Classic classic and what brings people together. It's just what's the better experience, and let's not artificially restrict something that we can provide a better version of just for the sake of nostalgia. And we're happy to say this is one of those cases.
So, Wrath. The level cap's being increased to level 80, so we'll be introducing a level 70 boost so that players who want to get in with their friends or just explore Northrend right away will be able to do that. You can't apply it to a Death Knight, but you will be able to use it otherwise. And of course, we have Inscription, a whole new profession, so we're really excited about that. Yeah, and as we continue this road to Wrath, we're going to be looking to getting a lot more feedback on beta, and we'll make changes as we need to.
Such an exciting time to be playing World of Warcraft. We have the return of the Wrath of the Lich King for Classic fans, and taking us somewhere new with Dragonflight. We're so excited to be able to bring these adventures to you. Don't forget, there's a deep dive on Dragonflight where you're going to get a lot more information. Thank you so much for spending this time with us, and we'll see you in Azeroth.
And we'll see you in Northrend.
And in the Dragon Isles.
Okay, let's watch the deep dive.
Hi there, welcome to the Dragonflight Deep Dive. I'm Steve Denuser.
And I'm Taryn Gregory. Starting it off here, we're going to talk about the setting and the story of Dragonflight.
We've got this great expansion, exciting pre-render trailer that everyone just watched. So let's talk about the setting for Dragonflight, the Dragon Isles.
Dragon Isles have been known for a long time in Warcraft history as a mysterious place where the dragons came from long ago, but we never knew much more than that.
We're going to this place that is kind of the broodlands of all the Dragonflights, the place where they nested, where they built their civilization. The Dragon Isles was the center of the Dragon's kingdom when the world was young and the mortal races were just starting to form kingdoms of their own. But when the Legion invaded for that War of the Ancients, that sundering that resulted from the explosion of the Well of Eternity, broke the world.
Literal sundering of the continents of Azeroth.
And because of the breaking of the world, that magic kind of drained away and the land went dormant. So they had to leave the Dragon Isles behind. And as we saw in the pre-render, they left behind some Titan Watchers to look over the land. And when someday they hoped that elemental energy would resurge once again and draw the dragons home, reestablish their kingdom.
And that's when the message goes out to the flights and they feel it in their bones.
Now it's the time for the sky to light up with the colors of the aspects once again, and for Alex Straza and the others to come home. But the land has changed a lot in all these thousands of years they've been away, and some very old threats have awakened as well.
We're looking into the culture of dragons as they exist in Warcraft.
Dragons as we know them today were very different in the early past, the early history of Azeroth. They were much more primitive, much more savage, what we now know as proto-dragons.
And then some of the dragons were empowered to become the aspects. The green flight, red flight, blue flight, bronze flight, black flight, each with unique powers, each with the ability to protect the world in different ways. These pillars of draconic power appointed to defend Azeroth from threats within and without.
Dragons used that power both for good, in the case of most of the aspects, but also for nefarious reasons in the case of the black dragonflight led by Neltharion, who would become Deathwing.
And what we will find in Dragonflight is that some of these ancient divisions run deep. And so it begs the question, where do we go from here? If this is an opportunity to reclaim their legacy, to be the protectors, as the cinematic mentioned, that they once were.
To do that, they're going to need the help of our heroes, our players, to come to the Dragon Isles with them and face some of these reawakening challenges, because it's not just that this land is peacefully waiting for the dragons to return and reclaim it. There's those old enemies that have awakened as well.
Yeah.
One of those being a race of kind of elemental half-giants, the Jarden.
The Dragon Isles isn't just populated by dragons or just by the Jarden. There's also many other occupants here in the Dragon Isles that have been here either just recently or for a while, including a fan favorite coming back, the Tuskar.
That's going to be awesome. We've got other cultures there as well in the Dragon Isles. We're going to find out about a civilization of centaurs that predates the ones that arose on Kalimdor much later.
And some of our favorite characters that we've seen over the last few expansions, such as Rathian.
And whether he's ready to step up into a leadership role, or if there are other alternatives out there that would be better suited to the job of being the aspect of the Black Dragonflight.
I think one thing the players are going to be really excited about this expansion is the new playable race, the Drakthir.
That's right.
And this is something that Neltharion, before he was Deathwing, before he went full crazy world dragon, that he put into motion?
Neltharion saw those primalists that were kind of breaking away from the aspects and what they wanted. And so in those first experiments, he took the essence of dragons, their strength, their nobility, their wisdom, and he combined it with that scrappiness, that adaptability that the mortal races had. And he wanted to use that to create the ideal soldier in his mind, the Drakthir. Exploration is really one of the key themes of this expansion. We're going to be going to this ancient place that the dragons left behind long ago. So we've made these huge zones with all kinds of places to delve into and find little treasures and little secrets tucked away. It's gonna be a lot of fun for players to be exploring these landscapes.
And there's so much architectural history and how clearly aspirational was the kingdom of the dragons and how it lost so much. And the themes of trying to return to that, to try to find your legacy, to try to figure out who you were before everything went awry. But there's questions, thematic questions of what does it mean to be true to your legacy? Are we going to repeat the mistakes of the past?
The dragons have had to learn those lessons just like the mortal kingdoms have had to. And I think that's one of the reasons why the dragons see this now as the time that they have to return and they have to step up once again as protectors of Azeroth. We're helping the dragons because the dragons have helped us in the past too. So by using the Explorers League and the Reliquary together, that allows us to delve into some of that history.
And when I look upon the Dragon Isles and all of its visual splendor, I get so excited for the prospect of a truly Azerothian adventure alongside Caligos, along with Rathian Ebonhorn, with Ysera's daughter Marithra, as each one of them is trying to find their own flight. I am taken by the exploration and the potential for adventure and just new horizons within this world.
There's going to be old stories from that time past, that history that only the dragons knew for the longest time. We're going to be able to explore that.
It really feels like just a breath of fresh air.
So now we're going to turn things over to some of our colleagues who will take you on that deep dive into the locations and the features of Dragonflight.
Hello, I'm Stephanie.
I'm Josh.
I'm Jackie.
And I'm Gary.
And we're part of the teams that are building the first two zones that you'll encounter in the Dragon Isles, the Waking Shore and the Onaran Plains. The very first zone in Dragonflight you're going to come to is the Waking Shores. It's wild, untamed land. It's waking up around you too, and the elements are just going crazy.
The art team, again, has hit it out of the park.
You'll see like a lava mountain flowing in through the beach, giant proto-dragons swooping down, gobbling up members of your expedition.
We have such rife opportunities to show elementals rising up because of the crazy magic that's flying around.
The one of the things I love is just how you get to the Dragon Isles, right? So you're gonna get on your boat in Stormwind or Orgrimmar, and the first thing you do is sail between like the dragon ruin architectures. The boats come right alongside each other. You can jump from one boat to the other and just start causing havoc on the other faction's boat.
For those who love PvP, this is a great opportunity for war mode.
It's free for all out there. It's gonna be great. But it's okay. There's an innkeeper on the beach, so that if you're in that situation and you don't want to be in war mode anymore, you can just hop out right there.
The Reliquary and the Explorers League are working together.
The Horde and Alliance are sending an expedition together. It's not the military, it's not the soldiers. This is the scientists, the settlers, exploring this new land. So it's a lot more optimistic tone.
One of my favorite things about the Waking Shores is the Red Dragonflight, led by Queen Alexstrasza, the Lifebinder. They have the mandate of nurturing and protecting all life, which means Horde and Alliance, Gorloks, trolls, everybody. So they take that duty seriously. When the Horde and the Alliance come to the Waking Shores, they want to be there to help guide the people through the new land and welcome them. But they're not the only one in the Waking Shores.
We have the ancestral home of the Black Dragonflight there too, which has fallen on tough times since Deathwing's descent. And so Rathian's coming over to the Isles with us, and he's gonna try and come to terms with the state of the Dragonflight, which is a few loyal Draconids and Dragon Spawn trying to hold their ground. What can the future of the Dragonflight be if it's just Rathian? Because it's not just the dragons that are coming back to the Dragon Isles, but also their longtime rival, the Jarden.
I love the Jarden so much. They're half giants that wield the power of magma, and when the Waking Shores and the Dragon Isles went to slumber, they also slumbered. They're back now, and they are ready to raise chaos.
Yeah, they're massive. They're riding giant lava mammoths, parading around, just stomping on your face.
And they were the enemies of the Dragonfly for so long. They fought against the Red Dragonfly, hunted dragons down, and they're really taking this opportunity to rise up. As the Red Dragonfly have the mandate of nurturing life, they don't want to just stomp out the Jarden completely, but they want to make sure that they don't have the power to affect those around them negatively, to make sure they don't go on a rampage and destroy the ecosystem that has been created here.
And so those are awesome things in the Waking Shore, but Steph, there really is only one right answer for the best thing in Waking Shores, right?
What?
This is true. Ducks.
We finally have those webbed feet hooligans in our game. We cracked the technology.
They
We've
can
got them
figure
in.
it out. They
Yep.
can fly.
You should be proud.
Thank you.
It's gonna be awesome.
The Onaran Plains come right after the Waking Shores. It's so breathtaking at first glance.
The Onaran plains are big, wide open plains. And the player is going to be constricted a little bit, and then you see this big contrast of a zone. We don't always get that opportunity, that cinematic moment where the player can have a framed view when they see this area.
Come out and you got that postcard shot of
that.
the plains. And then you see this giant fire proto-dragon breathing fire, and a herd of Centaur like harpoon down the proto-dragon and crash into the ground. And the first thing you get to do is go help them kill the proto-dragon. Like, how cool is that?
Who is Onara?
Onara is the wild god of the wind. And she's appeared before as like this big spirit eagle. She's the one who guided the Centaur to the Dragon Isles many, many years ago. She blessed them, took their caravan across, and then showed them the plains.
How fun at the beginning of this expansion was exploring the culture of the Centaur.
The Centaur are these mighty, awesome hunters that, back when they first came to the Dragon Isles, they fought the green dragons all day long. Eventually, they realized that we're strong, you're strong, maybe we should stop decimating each other's people. We'll make peace, we'll make an agreement. You guys hang out in the groves, and the Centaur will hang out in the plains. But now, the dragons have been gone for 10,000 years. And the Centaur have come so far since then. And they've been here, and they've been existing and developing their culture. They all came over as one clan led by the mighty Maruk and Tira, and they founded a new life here. So if you want to get across, you have to follow their rules and their traditions. You have to earn their trust. You are the first outsiders to come in generations upon generations. The Centaur might rule the open plains, but the green dragons make their home in the groves. And those groves are absolutely gorgeous.
And how great a job it is that we have where I can take all of this beautiful artwork and build these beautiful fantasy groves, high fantasy. We want to do lots of things with an open plane, and we want to be creative with that. But we're restraining ourselves by letting the zone sing, letting the horizon tell the story. We certainly couldn't have done that in the vanilla WoW.
No, definitely not. The zones are so big and you can see so far, especially in Onaran Plains. So we talked to the engineers and we actually increased that distance.
It spurs you on to want to adventure and look through the zone and explore everything.
The interesting thing for me is we have all these conflicts with the dragonflights. There's missing dragons, there's battles, there's so much crazy stuff happening, but that's not really all we're doing. There's so much extra fun activities for people to do. And the greatest thing is that you need to figure out exactly what's going on and help solve all the problems that are just sprouting up everywhere.
We're just really excited to tell a story that's grounded in Azeroth and exploration. There's so much more to talk about. But now we're gonna have some folks talking about the next 2 zones that players are gonna experience in the Dragon Isles.
Hello everyone, my name is Kate.
I'm Christy.
I'm Kate.
I'm Sean. We're going to talk today about Valdrassus and the Azure Span. So Azure Span is going to be the 3rd zone that players adventure through, and it's one of our biggest zones that we've done in the Dragonflight, maybe even to date.
We knew it was going to be like the largest visual elevation change, and it really started with this great concept art. When we first were taking a look at the design, we kept coming back to one of our favorite Wrath zones, which was Grizzly Hills. And we really wanted to take that, but wowify it more. And I don't know if you've ever been up to the Bay Area, but in the morning, that coastal fog comes in and dips down into the redwoods and that sun shines through. That's really what we wanted to encapsulate with this forest. And not only we have redwoods, but we've got all different types of trees. Eventually, it'll break open into this wide open tundra that's just golden and red, and you'll reach up to another level of elevation where you get to see the snow. The majority of the zone is covered in snow and ice. We have giant frozen waterfalls, ice rivers as far as the eye can see. And Sean, I know in the forest, we can expect our first creatures.
We have a small group that lives there called the Gnolls. These gnolls are all throughout the forest and Azure Span. They've made this their home. Some gnolls with strange magic that we're going to find out what exactly that's about. Snow gnolls, or as I call them, the snolls, up in the winter area. And then some regular gnolls that are just going to be around the forest area. So then we go into the big open tundra where we meet our second group, the Tuskar.
It's going to be really neat to explore their culture a lot more.
And those kids are adorable. I absolutely love the Tuskar. Honestly, all my downtime is probably just me hanging out with the Tuskar.
So it's been a little while since we've seen them. We remember the Tuskar from Wrath of the Lich King. They're also getting a nice, cool up-res for their models, along with expanding their culture. So there are going to be male Tuskar, female Tuskar, Tuskar kids. So we're going to fight alongside them, which includes help from a certain group of dragons, the blue dragons. We're going to follow the story of Kalagos, our blue dragon buddy from the Kirin Tor, and he's going to be adventuring into Syndragos' archives. It's a giant zone. There's a lot of surprises. When we're done there, we head over to Valdrassus.
Valdrassus.
It's really incredible because you will be going through some of the previous zones and seeing a lot of ruins for the dragon buildings. But when you get to Valdrassus, everything is perfectly intact. It's beautiful. It's pristine. It is the seat of power for all 5 dragonflights and home of the dragons. It feels that way with the huge vertical mountains. We've got these great cave systems where you may end up finding little dragon hordes.
My favorite dragonflight right now is the Bronze. They've got a really cool area in Valdrassus, and their magic is time. There's so many cool story hooks that we could dig into there. There's so many cool gameplay options. And we have a little bit of an adventure for players. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I can't wait.
We really wanted it to feel like their old stomping grounds. One of the really cool features is going to be the main city and player hub for this expansion, Valdrakken. It is a culmination of all of the dragon's efforts to put together what a city would look like. So we ended up having a bunch of really fun small vignettes where you can see that the blue dragonflight is hosting a public library, and the red and green dragonflights both have their own separate gardens. We'll also have some convenience services for players, including an auction house in the city, which will be really nice if you're looking for more exotic wares. The thing that really sold me on Valdrassus was the initial concept art we got of Tierhold.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. And this is a 10,000-year-old Titan technological marvel. Tierhold has these awesome aqueducts that actually come out from the structure all the way to the city across the valley. And in the cinematic, there's just this amazing shot where you see Alexstrasza swoop under one of them, and there's splashes of water cresting across her wings. So when players are flying around themselves, they get to have their Alexstrasza moment. What an incredible place, and filled with so much history.
Tierhold was built by Tyr. He was a Titan Keeper back in the day who helped the Aspects fight Galakrond. And when they settled on the Dragon Isles, he built this facility. And even though Tyr's gone, the dragons have held him in reverence. But that was 10,000 years ago, and they've let the Titans maintain the place. An incredible amount of history has happened since then. Flights have been nearly wiped out. There have been invasions, betrayals. Aspects have died. And these are the kind of things that leave marks on a society. So now they're all back here, and they're all here together.
As we were designing the zone and the city itself, we're trying to figure out, how do we tell those stories at the same time as making sure that this is a really convenient place for players to go and, go shopping, as they tend to do. So much adventuring happening on the Dragon Isles.
It's so cool.
As a player, you probably don't have your own dragon wings. You are going to learn the art of dragon riding.
It's so vertical, and I'm just excited to dive off the tops of towers and swoop under things.
It's actually one of the things that we're about to learn about next.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Jake.
I'm Andy.
I'm Kali.
And I'm Graham. And I'm really excited to talk to you guys today about the Drakthir Evoker, our new race and class coming in Dragonflight.
We're here to talk about not only the Evoker, but also dragon riding, which is our exciting expression into the exploration of the Dragon Isles.
We knew with a dragon-themed expansion, we wanted to let you play a dragon. Not a big dragon, Alexstrasza size. That'd be tough to fit into raids. I'm sorry, Jake. Okay. I know.
Fine.
But a draconic humanoid. So the Drakthir, created by Neltharion.
And like our other hero classes, you get to choose if you want to start on the Horde or Alliance side on character creation.
So let's talk a little bit about the Evoker, the class they can be. What's unique about it is because the Drakthir are created by an aspect, they have the ability to wield the magic of all 5 dragonflights. So Evokers can take advantage of red magic and blue magic and bronze magic.
And to show that, we created a visual, what we call a Prismatic Effect. This Prismatic Effect is basically the coalescence of all their energy as they channel it into whatever spell that they're going to cast. You have a red magic spell called Pyre. So when you shoot it out of your mouth, it twirls in the air with all 5 of the Dragonflight's magic as it turns into the red spell before landing on your enemies and exploding and hopefully burning them.
I'll take that one.
Getting that vibe across that they use all 5 was really important to us, but we did want to make sure that each specialization focused on 2, because casting 5 different colors gets a bit messy. So their damage dealer specialization, their first of 2, Devastation, mostly focuses on red and blue magic. Red being very fast and explosive, burning everything with Pyre, whereas blue is more focused and overwhelming. You can shoot a beam of energy out of your mouth to disintegrate one single enemy in front of you.
There's a healer spec called Preservation. The healer spec is going to focus mostly on your green and your bronze magic. So your green is going to be evocative of the Emerald Dream, your growth and your nurturing spells. And then you have your bronze magic, which is going to be more timey-wimey. So you get to heal a wound faster.
So in addition to the visuals and the animation, which all make you feel very powerful, we really wanted the player to have a physical connection to the cast. We have a new type of spell called Empower, where when you actually hold down the button on your keyboard, it charges up the spell. The longer you charge it up, it might do more damage or hit more targets depending on the spell, but it gives you this really physical connection and control that's new for World of Warcraft and I think is feeling really, really good.
We have some great animations. Thank you, Andy, your team.
You love it, Andy.
You feel physical when you're casting your spells.
You can actually fly around the battlefield and cast while you're flying.
Raining fire and death from above. It's great.
In addition to the gameplay, though, another part of feeling draconic is looking like a dragon.
Well, we talk about dragons breathing fire, but you know what's actually fire?
What's actually
These
fire?
customizations.
Oh my goodness.
But no, they're really, really
They're
cool.
awesome.
Because you have both your draconic form and your humanoid form. And the customization options for both of them are amazing.
They're very good.
What about color? Just tell me you
tell
can
us about the
change
colors.
color.
You can do a lot of matching. So your Visage form can have scales that are the same color as your Drakthir form.
But my favorite, super favorite part of customization for the Visage form, hair.
Yeah.
Because I can actually do this in game.
Yeah.
The tech is here.
We finally did it.
As players make their way through each of the areas of the Dragon Isles, they'll partner up with the Dragonflights to move through the air as they've never done before. You'll notice I did not say flying, because flight has a very specific meaning for World of Warcraft.
Yeah, it does.
And we're talking about something new called dragon riding.
And as the players are honing their dragon riding skills, they're going to get to see all new animations that go along with the different look and feel of the drakes.
We're aiming to shake up movement with this new system, providing players with a deeper immersion with forces like momentum and gravity.
We knew that for Dragonflight, we were going to have the opportunity to show players a whole new set of Dragon Isle drakes, completely unique from all the other things they've seen in World of Warcraft. And so we wanted to come up with a movement system that would add that sense of physics, weight, and gravity, like you were mentioning. We knew it was going to take a huge team effort, not just animation, but it was going to take effects. It was going to take the engineering team, who we rely on heavily. And that, combined with some new animations, really helps to lend that feeling of physics as you move through the air in ways that you haven't before. And the icing on the cake is going to be some really cool effects that we've added on top of all of that. So for example, when you start hitting maximum velocity, you're going to see contrails coming off the edges of the wings. And then as you do your rolls and spirals, you build up more and more speed. There's going to be some screen effects on the display to indicate that you're reaching maximum velocity, which really adds to the overall kind of immersion and sense of reality.
As players make their way through the Dragon Isles, they'll discover new cosmetic options to fine-tune their Dragon Isle Drake's appearances. Things like snoots, horns, tails, elusive Dragon Isle Drake armor, and more.
Can I have spikes?
Definitely.
Okay.
We want to provide players with all new skills to play with, as those who can use their momentum well can reach higher and higher heights and bring on new, more difficult challenges.
We just have so many new, gorgeous options to choose from, and I'm just so excited for all of them.
I'm excited for the whole thing. I mean, it's been a lot of fun to work on, but I can't wait to actually get in the game, play it with you guys.
I can't wait. I can't wait to fly around Dragon Isles. It's gonna be great.
Next up, you're going to hear about the talent revamp and the UI changes coming in Dragonflight.
Here we go.
Hello, my name is Brian.
I'm Crash.
I'm Jay.
And I'm Laura. We are very excited to share we are finally revamping the WoW HUD UI.
And it is also time for a major revamp to talents and specializations.
I have a big question for the group. How long do you think it took for us to finally revamp the WoW HUD?
My guess is like 15 years.
Close, 18 years. 18 years.
You know, technology has changed a lot since we made the UI back in 2004. Now you have like bigger monitors, and we have better dev tools to work with, so it makes sense to have the revamp right now. Also, if you look at the game today, the art evolved beautifully over the years, and if you look at the HUD looks like it got frozen in time.
So when we approached this, we wanted to create a layout experience that players could customize, move things around, adjust it to fit their needs.
Add-ons today, they do a lot for player customization.
The downside is that not everybody uses them. It's about time that everybody has the opportunity to use them, that they become a part of the base UI.
Yeah, and we are working very closely with our user research team to make sure we are hitting the goals that our player needs.
It allowed us to add new functionality, to improve accessibility in a lot of areas, and on top of that, we are going to be improving the art.
Yeah, so the art update, it's a big part of this project. The UI that we have today has a lot of charm and personality, and players have been using that for 18 years. So with that in mind, we want to respect the players who really like the current UI, but do a more than take to it, removing the clutter and giving more visibility for your gameplay. So the new minimap, it looks bigger, and the health bar is also much bigger. If you look at the action bars and the bottom menus, they have less head frames, and you can really open up your gameplay, so you don't have a lot of your UI in front of you. And of course, we want to find iconic pieces from the current HUD, but we want to bring it back in a nice way. So we for sure updating the Griffins. They look so nice now. And the Horde, don't worry, we got you. We're going to have your version as well. So let's talk about the edit mode.
We are putting a mode in that will let players move various HUD elements around on the screen.
So I'm able to move the mini-map, say, from the right corner all the way over to the left corner. If I want to bring my action bars from the bottom and kind of put them more in the center by my character, those are all things that I'll be able to do?
Absolutely. And each of those different components will have various sets of options that you'll be able to work with. they'll be able to save it, edit it, copy it, name it. Also, it'll remember which spec you're in. So if you're someone who jumps around a lot, as you switch, it will switch to whatever HUD layout you have for that spec.
This is an ongoing project. We're going to keep working on it. So we really want to hear back from you.
A project that we're all excited about that we've been collaborating a lot on is something that's pretty UI intensive, and that's the talent system.
It hadn't changed in a long time, like you said before, and we really started with how can we have players have more choice over what their character has?
As you level up, we give you a new spell or a new ability, something that kind of makes you stronger, but it's determined by the designers. We decide the order.
Yeah, we started looking for a system that would give players a much wider set of options.
And after looking at all those things, what we really returned back to was the idea of trees. But it's actually 2 trees. We have a class tree that offer different class utility, and then we have a spec tree that is focused on performing your role, whether that's damage, tank, or healing.
Can I just jump in and say that I personally am super excited about having trees come back. There's a big nostalgia hit for me.
As we said, we have these 2 trees because we feel like picking a specialization is a really important part of your World of Warcraft character now. And so we want to make sure that when you choose that, it kind of affects the tree in some way.
Yeah, as soon as you open your talent tree, you'll see something new. The class side will have some abilities filled out for free, just kind of starting you off in that spec you've chosen, but then you'll have your first point to spend in the class tree, which could be something related to that spec or role, or it could be something from elsewhere in the class.
There's a lot of things that we can do here, and part of that is encouraging players to perhaps make combinations that they've never really been able to see in the game before. This is an opportunity to put a lot more art and fantasy in the actual talent UI itself.
You have seen that a lot through most recent expansions, but not at the base UI.
We want you to be able to tinker with it. You know, we want you to be able to make a lot of changes at a lot of times and not necessarily have to commit. The power really is coming back to the player. It's not something we want people to feel locked into, and so one of the things that we'll be preserving is the ability to change these talents at the same kind of frequency that you do now.
Yeah, the old school players, when you see trees this time, just think, yeah, I'll go from my raid night to my arena match and figure out what I think is the best for both of those.
And that's a process we want to make really fluid. So we're building a save load feature that lets you create your build, name it, save it, and then load it up very quickly and freely.
Talents were really about the breadth of options. We've made all these different cool things over the years, but when are they at their coolest? It's when players can hold the building blocks of what can make up their class, their spec, and put them together in a way that works for them.
So these are really cool features that we've been working long and
I mean, they've been done that for 18 years, so.
It's just an early preview of the things we've been doing. We can't wait to see the reaction that you have to them, and please reach out to us and let us know your thoughts on them. And
The nice thing about that, though,
professions and Dragonflight
is it allows you a cleaner load because you're using stuff that's based to the UI,
and I'm Eric,
right?
and we're going to talk about our plans for professions in Dragonflight. Professions have been a staple of World of Warcraft forever, and they've seen lots of really cool incremental updates over their life. But for Dragonflight, we want to do something a bit different. We really want to rethink professions and figure out how to make them part of your identity as a player, if that's what you want.
We really want to make sure that professions feel fun and relevant across all levels of gameplay.
That brings us to our first update, something that we're calling crafting orders. If you want to have something crafted for you, but you don't have the skill or the right profession to do it for yourself, you can have it crafted through a crafting order. You can basically browse any of the recipes that can be crafted, pick the one you want for yourself, and then you include some or all of the reagents needed for the recipe, including ones that only you can get your hands on. You can find someone in person to do it right in front of you for you, or you can also go to an NPC and using an auction house-like interface, send the order out. If you're doing this, you can pick, do you want to send the order to anyone, sort of a public order, or do you want to only send it to your guild, or to a specific other player? Maybe it's a friend who you know will be able to craft the item really well for you.
If you are really dedicated to your craft, you're going to be the best at what you do.
One of the coolest things about this is the item you had crafted can also be soul-bound. In the past, you could only get your hands on crafted soul-bound items by having that profession yourself. Now anyone can have them crafted for them, which is really neat and really expands the number of items that we can provide that are really powerful because everyone can have them crafted through the crafting order system.
This is also really cool because it means as a crafter, you can start building your client base. People are gonna come back to you to get certain items. Maybe you're the best at making it, or you always throw in a little something extra. You're also gonna be leveling up your profession. It's gonna be really great.
So the first time you go to craft, you're gonna notice a lot of different things, but probably the biggest is the introduction of quality, both to your crafted items and your gathered reagents. Quality works in a pretty simple way. If you craft something that's a higher quality, it's just gonna be better. For a piece of gear, that probably means a higher item level. If it's, for instance, a potion, that might mean a more powerful effect at a higher quality.
And we're doing a lot of new things in the UI. We've put a lot of work into it to make sure that the professions feel really special and unique.
And another thing you might notice in the crafting UI that's new is the introduction of stats, specifically to your professions, both crafting and gathering. And this is another sort of major input into quality. Probably the biggest source of your ability to craft items at a higher quality is through crafting specializations. We've had crafting specializations in the past, as far back as original World of Warcraft. With Dragonflight, you can go out and earn specialization points in a whole bunch of different ways. So maybe you find an old book on a bookshelf in a ruin somewhere, or a hermit in a cave who can teach you a little bit about your profession. So let's say you're a blacksmith. You might decide that first you want to become an armor smith. And the more points you spend in armor smithing, the better you're gonna get at crafting all armor.
This also means that if you specialize one way, other people in your guild may specialize in a completely different path. So this means that your guild could have several top blacksmiths and everybody's providing something unique and valuable to the team, which is really cool.
Now that reminds me of another update. We're actually adding crafting tables to all the different crafting professions. We're gonna take those and we're gonna put them all in the main city of Valdrakken. And you're gonna go in there and you're gonna get to see all the different players crafting their items at their cool crafting tables.
Yeah, it means you're gonna
So
walk
we
into the
need to
city and
actually
you're
go
gonna
to the
see,
crafting table
all these
again.
alchemists huddled over here, and you're gonna see all these blacksmiths over by the forge. There will be other players filling orders or grabbing orders. It's gonna be a whole new crafting area that's gonna make you feel really part of the world.
It just seems like a much more lively area than it has in the past.
What I'm most excited about, though, is the gear. We're introducing new types of gear for every profession. And
Real
when you go
interesting
to,
way
say, mine
of
node, you're actually gonna just switch into that gear. It's gonna be really
enforcing
great.
people
You're not gonna have to
to
carry that stuff around in your backpack anymore. There's actually gonna be dedicated slots for each of your pieces of gear. But I'm a numbers guy, I love progressing. All pieces of profession gear will have those special stats that we mentioned before on them. And as you get your hands on better versions of the gear, it's really gonna help you get better at your profession.
I can't wait.
Thank you for tuning in to the Dragonflight Deep Dive.
You've heard a lot about the content and changes coming in Dragonflight, and we've got a lot more in store for you in the coming months.
Until then, we'll see you in Azeroth.
Wow. Let's click play. Let's click play. Yeah, Psycho Teddy. I get that. I think the idea behind it is they're trying to enforce people kind of hanging out. Kind of enforce that there's nobody in the world. This is kind of trying to enforce that. People being in the world. I have not forgotten Metro. Metro's going to send me a Discord call when he is ready. At least I think that's what... I think he was going to send me a Discord call. Just gonna do some crafting at my crafting table called the mailbox while we wait. Okay. Cosmic Healer Potions. Yo, brother, what's up?
A lot is up, Cop. How are you?
Yeah, I'm so overwhelmed right now. It isn't even funny, buddy.
Let me hear your first thoughts.
We finally got ducks. No,
Tracking effects, yeah.
No, wow. This is, if anything ever was WoW 2.0, this kind of looks like it just from the breadth of it. I'm blown away.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yes, between the crazy UI decisions, okay, the commitment to actually making flight like a part of the video game, right? Like that finally is a thing, and then a brand new race and class. Like it's just honestly looks like a whole new video game. Like I cannot. I'm shocked, actually.
I am so shocked. Wow. I did not expect any of that. It's such a departure. And I'm so excited for it, but wow. Just wow.
Dude, I have to say, man, I'm a big fan of dragons. Like it's kind of become a bit of a joke on the stream. But yeah, I don't know, man. Being able to play as an actual dragon. I love the concept that you can actually customize it. Like to me, that was always my favorite thing about the dragons was that they all had like the green flight and the red flight. They have a lot of similar features, but they have a lot of things that are unique about them, you know? And it's like, my God, they actually like fully recognize that. Like they're really like it's just kind of shocking, to be honest. I didn't expect this.
Yeah, it's way more in depth than I would have thought. And one of the things I actually said while they were doing the reveal was that's why they needed the extra year. That's why we're getting a season 4.
It does feel like we had a lot going into this one, doesn't it? Like this is a lot of work.
Yeah, there's just so much work in it. It even as far as we're at right now looks insane. Like there's just so much.
I'm actually really shocked by how much is like showable too, man. They showed us all 4 zones. Like that's pretty rare.
Yeah, normally they start out with 2, and then they're like, well, the other 2 are like this. Here's some concept art.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, when Shadowlands came out, I think it was like mostly just Bastion that they had ready, and then they talked about the others, but.
One thing they didn't say that this has kind of been sticking in my mind through the whole thing is there going to be a Covenant-like system for the different flights?
Yeah.
Like, am I going to align myself with the red or the black or the green, right?
So I was thinking about this. So as the Covenant system developed, it turned into more like, like free-form customization, right? It kind of just became like you look and feel like a member of this Covenant, and more so than like actual gameplay by the end, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's what they're going for with this dragon riding thing, where it's just like you can just customize it how you want it, and that will be what identifies you as. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's going to be like a deep system that kind of it acts as like a demarcation between players. I think it's just going to be about the cosmetics, and then maybe transmogs and other stuff that you can wear, and that'll be up to you. But I originally thought that when we were looking at leaks for like months now, I was like, yeah, a Covenant system with the Dragonflight sounds amazing. But when you learn what you learned about how they developed it through Shadowlands, it made me think like, no, I don't. I think they want you to be able to be more fluid in that way, So I think the mount thing is probably what they're after there.
Yeah, and I think it kind of feeds back into the whole thing where they talked at the beginning there about moving away from something that's hugely borrowed power to something that's kind of sustainable through other expansions too. Because the Covenant type system is a very borrowed power system, right? Because we're not going to be Ventliers once we get out of it.
What'd you think about that talent thing?
I was shocked that they went back to that, but it's kind of like Talent Trees 2.0. Again, it goes back to this whole WoW 2.0 thing, but I like the idea that it's shaped between class and spec. My biggest question, and I said this while I was watching it, is what's that going to mean for our no spec characters, right? Like,
I know, obviously that's going to probably
it's probably going to be the end of that, right? But
well, I don't know though, man, because it might be the start. Like if you can just choose to put your talents, you know what I mean? Like it's to me, dude, what that read like, it's like there are no more specs. Like it's just the class, and then you choose what you want out of it. Now that could end up not being the case. But there was one moment in I'm trying to find like art of it, but there doesn't seem to be any stills yet, of the druid thing they were showing, and Convoke was on the talent tree, you know, from the Covenant. So it's like, yo, they could do some crazy things with this idea. Like, there's so many freaking talent points. Like, I don't know how they're going to assign them or when you start getting them, but this could honestly make like leveling characters, like, this could be a whole new thing, man. This could be wild.
Well, the way it seemed to come out to me was they said, you're going to start with a few points that's just in the class, and then from there we're going to assign some to the spec. So the way I kind of read it was, you're going to get points that work for the class, and a whole different pool of points that will work for your spec.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll be able to fill out just the class ones and not choose a spec. I don't know, but
yeah, I don't know, man. Dude, all I know is, like, my God, man, this is that talent thing. It's like everything they showed was breathtaking, to be honest. Like, I love the concept of dragons. I love everything that they're doing. You know, visually it looks stunning. The new class thing is like very shockingly amazing. And then they showed the talents, and it's like, dude, this could revolutionize the game. Like, it legitimately, it's the potential to change everything about how characters work. It just depends where they take it. But yo, man, if you could actually play, like, I mean, it just depends. Like, the ideas are limitless. You know, I've been dabbling with like the idea of customizing characters for a while now, and it's like, man, imagine being like a Death Knight Blood DK using like frost spells or something. Like, it's just I don't know, man. Crazy.
It's to me, it's like, it's looking at the talent system we have now, it almost looks clunky and old compared to the new one, and it's like they took the best from both the original talent point system and the one that we got in MOP that we're using right now, and they just kind of squished them together and came up with this super duper high-end version of it. And they talk a lot about high fantasy in the videos we watch, but this really is. This is really high fantasy. It reminds me of playing D&D as a kid.
Oh yeah, just like anything goes kind of thing,
anything
right?
goes kind of thing, and you would just pick and choose what you learned, and man, this is...
Yeah, it's just a commitment. It just feels like a whole new game. I mean, that's the only way I can think of it. It's like that, and especially because like this, I always thought that this would never happen because it would be very difficult to balance.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're taking that leap to do it, it's like, wow, they have a whole different approach now. Like, you know, 10 years ago, I never would have expected them to do it, but now it's like, I think they're ready to just let it happen and see what happens.
It's interesting because it seems like from the moment we hit Legion, they started to look at things that we all said, oh, they'll never do this. They'll never squish levels.
You're right.
They'll never, you know, make it so you can level through any zone to level. They'll never bring the two factions together. And it's just like, they're like, oh yeah?
It's because there's so much good in the game. It's just like on the baseline, just walking around on the ground floor, you get so much value out of this game. And they obviously like had an idea for how it should play out. But when you become a lover of the game, you want more from that. You don't want their you know, their opinion on how you should play it. And so this is something that they've been battling with the community forever. And it finally seemed like, let's just let it go and let's just let people do what they want in so many different ways. I mean, dude, the freaking UI stuff alone, like, what'd you think of that? I mean, we actually made a video on moving UI stuff a year ago, 2 years ago now, and that's funny, right?
I was like, I said this because somebody said, well, you know, that this is the part where they I said in the stream, this part where they talk about stealing add-on developer ideas, and I was like, yeah, but that's a good thing because it streamlines it. You no longer have to use an add-on to do XYZ type of thing, right? You know, I might not need Bartender and Sexy Map and all this stuff to get the kind of add-on, kind of UI that I want. I could do it in-game, and that streamlines
that's what I'm
easier.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's something that people... So Blizzard, that's exactly what I was talking about. Blizzard wanted them to do it this way. Like, here's what we want you to look at when you're looking at the UI. And then for 15 years, people have been like, yeah, we don't really want that. And Blizzard's now finally like saying like, hey, we get it. We admit that we could give you more options here. And to be honest, like the best thing about what we found out about a couple years ago, and if nobody ever heard about this, like we found out a way to hide every element of the UI. Like literally anything that's on the screen can be hidden, like not in the game world, but on the UI itself. And so me and Cop made a video on that, and I've been using that concept for leveling challenges. And to me, it was always like, you get a better look at the game. Like, and I like that really about the Final Fantasy VII remake. Like, it's like there's literally no fucking UI in that game, and it's like you can see the world so much better. And they're like, yeah, they finally recognize that fact. Like, it's just so weird to me. Like, the UI is blocking so much shit in this game. I don't understand, why they thought that this was the right approach for it. But
well, I mean, it was 18 years ago, so it was a progressive thing then. But we're 2 decades later now, and they're like, oh, maybe we should change this. And I'm like, yeah, that's a good idea. Change some stuff. Welcome to the 21st century now.
Yeah. I just can't wait to see what you can do with that UI thing, because, man, I'd love to do a full no UI. Like, that would be...
awesome.
Obviously you could already do that now, so it'd be great to be able to do that in a little bit more supported fashion, so...
Well, and that's the biggest thing, and it goes back to what we were talking about, specs and no specs. It seems like they're branching out into what kinds of things they can support, so that they can have these kinds of things in the game and kind of make us not look to outside stuff in order to expand what we're able to do. And that's the biggest takeaway I think we got from this whole day.
It's good. It's a great option. Man, is it going to break every add-on in the game, though?
Yep.
I'm not looking forward to that. There's a lot of add-ons I use that haven't been updated in a long time that still work now, but that is it. 9.0 is the end of it. 10.0, everything's going to break.
Yeah, weak auras is going to be huge. It's going to need a huge update for it, too. Just thinking about all of
I'm sure every add-on will, but I think like weak auras in general is still going to work fine. It's going to look awful, though. Like, did you see like how like modern some of those elements they showed looks? Like, man, the generic like weak auras that we use now are going to be awful.
Yeah, it's true. Like, I was keep thinking about the leveling weak aura I used to track the level, the big circle. That's going to look so clunky and old-fashioned.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that won't be needed. Like, if you can actually manipulate every single part of the UI, then obviously the experience bar will be manipulatable too, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's only really happening now because you're using an add-on that replaces it, so you won't need to do that either.
That's right.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll make a nice circular one that I could put up there. Oh, so much good stuff.
Yeah. So we got a lot of comments. Haven't been able to keep up with them since I was watching it, but it seems like everybody's really optimistic about this. And Lael says the talent system seems to be the tip of the iceberg. They're getting close to what Project Ascension is doing. I don't know if you've heard about that. Have you ever heard about that?
Yeah, that's where you can pick any talent from any class.
Yeah, and that's what I think would be really good for this game at this point. Like, it's obviously imbalanced, and I don't know what the end game looks like on that server or whatever, but like, the concept is great because you can really be creative. And like, I think like a game like this, it has so many ways you can customize your character visually and be creative that it's almost like a shame that you're still forced to play the exact same way no matter what, like every single character plays the same way. So it's like, man, yeah, I love that.
Let's talk about professions though, because one of the things that I saw there at the end where they talked about the crafting tables, I just thought that was a really great way to bring people into the world again and to make the world feel bigger and busier than it really has, because it kind of forces. It's the opposite of having a garrison, right? It forces you to be out in the world if you have to use that crafting table to make.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really a big fan of them all being in one room. I don't know. So let me tell you about what I think about professions. Yeah. I think that's smoke and mirrors. I think a lot of that is not going to matter. So I like what the things they said about how like I don't know, they're trying to like get you jazzed up about professions. But my problem with professions right now is there's nothing to craft. Like, it's very linear. Like, there's no real reason to be a blacksmith. And when I trace back the origins of the profession, you can see that as far back as it goes. It was always like that, and it was always smoke and mirrors. It was always like, you can make this weapon, but it's just literally worse than something you'd get from a raid. And so back then, like, people didn't really like raid and do like, they didn't like progress through the game like they do now, where they spreadsheet everything out and they take everything down. But I don't think that's a problem. Like, to me, it's like, if you can just make the system more interesting, then even if the power that you get from it isn't that relevant, it'll still be used more. And I think like they did a good job with Shadowlands because it's used a lot. Like, you can't make a legendary without a profession. but I think they're focused on the wrong things with Shadowlands. So I hope that they will continue to make the profession system like actually interesting and make interesting items. And even if they don't actually give like great stats or something like that, as long as they are interesting, you know what I mean? Like whether or not it's transmog or whether or not it's something in general. And then if you just breathe new life into that, you know, you get a lot more people interested in a core part of the game. And like you said, like out in the world, man, like that's really important because I don't think a lot of people understand, like professions were one of the main things that made the world feel active. Like if you go back and play Classic and try to play, you know, through all the blacksmithing content, it takes a long time. You have to do a lot of different dungeons. You have to go all over different zones. I mean, I was really shocked, you know? So yeah, if they can do that, if they can bring that in, even if it's just for the completionists, you know, even if it's not for your average player who's trying to min-max their character, it's great. Like that's a win-win, man. Like we go for that, you know?
Yeah, I do. One thing I do like though is the order system. The whole idea about, okay, I need this leather vest. I have the mats for it. Here, let me put up an order system, and I'll say how much I want to pay for the.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That is just huge.
And so that's just tech, right? Like that just sounds like tech to me. That doesn't really sound like anything that's actually going to change gameplay. But the weird part that I heard from them, which does make me worry a little bit, was like basically saying like, oh, we expect this to be like more like people are going to pay attention more to the people that they're crafting and stuff. And it's like, I mean, this makes it sound like more automated to me. I don't see that happening. What do you think about that?
Well, I think the main difference there is that there is the quality aspect of it, because it looks like it's going to be very similar to the way people are making legendaries, where you know, if you're a really good leather worker, your vest is going to be better than somebody who hasn't maybe made as many vests as somebody else, type of thing. So I think that really kind of folds back into that kind of idea of, oh, if I know Metro's a really great leather worker, I'll go to him for it. You know?
It could be, yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. That just doesn't happen. I mean, like you remember the thing with Jix where like somebody was like thinking he was cheating or something like that just because he was making a lot of items. It's like that sounds like a fantasy thing. Like that doesn't happen with real people. So I'm not necessarily excited about that, but I do think that like I said, the premise there is good, and I do like the fact that, you know, like Shadowlands like really made crafting. Like you had to make a lot of items to get the legendary situation set up. But the problem was like it was garbage items, and they're actually changing that in 9.2.5. I don't know if you saw the patch notes that went with that patch last night, but they're making it like way easier to get to the max rank of legendaries. And so it makes me think like they're satisfied with that system and they're not willing to just scrap it. And I like that because actually crafting items is good. Like even if it's crafting to get to an end point, that's good. That's what the profession should have always been. Collecting the materials, blah blah blah. But so they're doing like an amazing idea here where you actually can just craft something that somebody else needs. Like you don't, like I would be making these items and I'd be like, I don't know if anybody's ever going to want these. I mean, I literally have probably deleted legendaries because it's like nobody actually wants these. But if you can put yourself up and be like, hey, I'll craft you, what do you want? You know what I mean? It's like actually like way better. And that's how it should have always worked. But people are just so antisocial that like, you know what I mean? Like, even personally, it's like if I want something crafted, I can just get my alt to do it. I'll just get my alt to get the profession. I'd rather do that than like try to sit there and like, okay, how many profession materials does it need? Can you tell me? You don't know. Okay, I have to look it up. You know, it's like I just rather just do it myself. So this is much better for
that's why I always wanted to have all professions on some alts on the same realm so that I could just like, oh, well, I'll send that to my shaman to make, or you know, whatever. But and so disorganized, never quite got that far. But I think this is. I think it will help, and we're still early in days when it comes to how they're developing this. So we still can make a difference.
Obviously, we know nothing about. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing set in stone yet. It's just like, to me, man, I think like this game has an identity crisis and they finally are recognizing it. Like there's so many great concepts in the game, but because of like the way certain very few people play it, they like have to really tiptoe across it. And I just hope that between the talent system and the flying thing and everything like that, we're finally like smashing through that boundary. It's just like, listen, if these fucking people want to sit there and you know, do all this nonsense just to make their life like 1% easier, then yeah, whatever. They're the ones doing it wrong. Everybody else can have fun and play the way they want. and be like, free to try new things and customize things and explore like an actual game instead of just like a fucking number, like a spreadsheet simulator.
Yeah.
The game will get way better, and it feels like that, man. It really does. That's probably the most exciting thing about today is like actually from those announcements, it makes me think that they finally know that, and they're finally giving people what they need instead of what they want.
Yeah, as a Venthyr Windwalker, you're preaching to the crowd, brother.
Yeah.
And the thing that really kind of spoke to me was something, and I can't remember which one it was that said it, is that they changed their philosophy and they're looking at themselves more as kind of the caretakers of the world, rather than, okay, this is the world we're putting out, enjoy it or don't. We're, instead of butting heads with the community, we're just going to open everything up, and you guys decide how do you want to do it.
That's the way it should be. Yep, 100%. I mean, I can't, with this philosophy in tow, what else could they do? Like, I think they could actually really change a lot of things. Like, imagine if they open up transmog, so you can now transmog any gear, right? Like cloth as a paladin. Imagine if they open up like leveling, where you can now level like at any time, any zone, like anywhere. No requirements. Like it can keep going. Like there's a lot. It's just like a philosophical thing, It's not even an announcement. It's not even a game. It's just the way they think about the game that could make it a lot more fun.
They're actually turning Warcraft into a world. They're turning it actually into the world of Warcraft.
It's crazy, isn't it? Because like I've been talking about that for like since I remember like MOP, right? And it's like that's they tried adding like quests, and they tried adding content and collectibles, and people just sit there and they just blow through it. Like they spam through it. They don't even read a single quest. They skip all the cinematics. So it's like if you can just make the game actually from the ground up like that, then people will feel less like they have to skip it to be optimized. Like it's just, those people are playing the game wrong,
Yeah.
So it's like help them realize that by making the entire game more wide like that, and you can be more creative, and you don't have to sit there and listen to somebody else's opinion on how you should play your character. I'll tell you what, man, I don't think I've ever been more excited.
Me either. Like we always talk about this. There's 18 years worth of stuff out there that they can do. You know what? Just by opening stuff up, it just opens up such a wide array of things, and that's just huge to me. And again, it goes back to the whole philosophy thing. Like I love the idea of the philosophy. I was just blown away by the whole thing. But what about let's get back to Dragon Isles though, because those zones look insanely huge, and
oh my god, well that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. Like they actually are making the game with flying in mind now. Finally, right? It took freaking since Wrath of the Lich King, right? It's like actually finally being done, and they can make big zones now, because it's like we can have a flying system, and it's not even like true flying too. It looks like you actually have to have like some skill with it. Like you have to know where you're going, and you have to deal with the momentum and the gravity of it. It's like you can't just freaking fly over all the danger. So now you can finally have big zones, because it can be done. And it's like, I mean, obviously we don't know anything about the size of them, but they're showing that one zone, the Azure Watch or Azure Span or whatever, and it's like they're showing these clips and they're saying words that it's just like, this is ridiculous. Like this looks like it's like 5 times bigger than any other zone in the game, because they're showing areas that you see like the max camera extrapolation, like I see the horizon and the snow is not there. And then he's saying things like, oh, the snow, it's going to be the majority of the zone. It's like, well, you just showed a picture with like 150 yards of no snow. So, I mean, like, what? Like, are you, like, come on, man, this got to be a huge zone, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, and they said we actually had to have the tech guys expand the how far you can see, because it wasn't big enough for our zones, and that just speaks. Wow, I cannot believe it. The zone's got to be huge. And I mean, there was that second zone that you first go into, not the shore one, but the one that was the plains with like the centaurs. I got so much MOP vibes from that, only blown up to 100 times its size. You know what I mean? Like that felt like Valley of the Four Winds and Jade Forest. Oh my god. It's so amazing.
The frigging actual visuals of the zones, it's like it really hit the high fantasy mark that they're setting.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait for that, honestly.
I mean, I think it goes back to they're finally looking at, well, what other MMOs are out there? What are they doing? and they're like, okay, well, we can do that, but better. And they're taking in stuff from other MMOs again. And that's something that I think has been lost in the last couple expansions, is looking at what other people are doing and taking it in. You know what I mean? Because that's something they used to do so well. They used to go, okay, well, Aeon's doing this. We're going to take that and put it in our own, do it in our own way, and do it better than anybody else, and just run everybody else out of the MMO business by taking their ideas and making them better.
I know. Yo, check this out. So there has been a few things. First, I'll send you this tier set. You're gonna love seeing this. I think. Where'd this go? They announced tier sets. I don't know why there's no pictures anymore. Okay, I guess we'll just pass on that for now. Okay, but so here's another article. Go ahead and check that out, and I'm gonna read it if you want to follow along on your stream. So it says this system is different from flying, as we know. This is about dragon riding, by the way, guys. How you're gonna fly in the new expansion. Instead of simply learning a flying skill and riding with it, you will instead partner up with dragons native to the Dragon Isles and learn the dragon riding skill over time. Mastering your dragon means learning how to deal with momentum and gravity to soar to the highest peaks of the Dragon Isles. So Blizzard says, master the art of dragon riding, a new form of aerial movement, explore the land, and obtain 4 new Dragon Isle drakes. Unique customizable mounts that can be truly made your own. With millions of possible combinations, millions is the word they use, to choose from, no 2 drakes are the same. Wow. That's insane. Mastering the skies. Use your new riding ability to keep yourself and your drake in the air, but beware, the denizens of the Dragon Isles will knock out inexperienced dragon riders right out of the sky. So finally, some actual skill to potentially flying.
Nice.
Special moves. As you grow in skill, you and your drake will master new maneuvers, fight against exhaustion and the pull of the earth, and soar above the Dragon Isles. I mean, to me, it sounds like a whole, like, it's kind of like combat. Like, we actually have a new system that we're going to have to learn. Talented rider. Continue to improve your dragon rider skill at max level by hunting down ancient glyphs and advancing your new dragon riding skill tree. So there's a whole new system, too, it seems like we're actually going to progress through.
Wow.
That's neat, right?
That is insanely cool.
Yeah, and then it says more customization. Once you reach maximum level, you can conquer additional challenges all over the Dragon Isles to unlock even more customization options for your drakes. And we already said that there's going to be millions of combinations. And then they have some screenshots here of a variety. It looks like there's a lot of different options out of the gate just from these stills that we're seeing probably 2 years from the time it will be fully realized, right? Like
Proto-Dragon, Tarot Dragon, Wyvern, Drake. Oh man, this is huge.
And this is something that they can add to for years to come, right? Like this is not just going to stop. So this is really neat.
This is it's like we were saying. This is one of those systems that they can expand upon instead of just treating as a borrowed power. You know.
Yeah.
You don't just have dragon riding when you go back to the Dragon Isles 6 years from now. You know, you'll have it everywhere, and then they can expand upon it, make it better.
I'll tell you what, man. Now, so there's another post on here. I was talking about the tier sets. Okay, fine. I don't know. The pictures just weren't loading before, but now I'll send you this. You're going to like what you see here, I think. These are some, apparently, continuing with the concept of tier sets. We didn't really hear anything about gearing, but obviously to me, 9.2's like core value has come through tier sets. It's really revolutionized classes, and it's made them feel a lot like it's made me want to play specs and classes that I normally wouldn't care about. But I think a lot of people also focus on the art. So here we have some concept art. So what do you think about some of these?
That is absolutely gorgeous. Look at the black one. Look the horns. It's like flames coming off the back, and then you got the blue one. And
so it makes me wonder, like, are these classes or are these Dragonflight themes or what? Because Effectives here, he says those sets are fire and the lock set looks so good, but out of the gate I'm not even sure which one would be lock. I don't. And then there's like another couple images as you scroll down. And it looks like you see like wings and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Tier sets seem to be related to the elemental proto-dragon leaders.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, man. That's crazy.
That's crazy, but it's also gorgeous. Wow. That is true, because it looks like, they're showing you sets that would work for just about anybody, but through these different proto-drake leader stuff. Yeah.
I'm shocked because like you would think that would not be something that would be being worked on right now. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem like it's a bit far. I feel like the set bonus thing. Like this is max level content, right? We're talking about basically like exclusively. But I can't tell the classes. So look at the wide image of all the different classes. You see that one?
Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna.
So tell me, go ahead and you tell me what classes are which, because I maybe one or two I could figure, but I really can't figure them out.
I don't know. I really don't, because there's a lot there that looks like plate and melee, but I can't tell which one would be leather. Right? Like I'm looking.
I think the second from the left is druid. It's got like paws on it.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's got some feathers, right?
Yeah.
But past that, I mean, I don't really know, to be honest.
I'm
like
just
what? I think this one with the robes, it's like kind of just past the middle point. The robes that might be monk with the like the banners on it, whatever you call those.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying with the little things. I don't know though, because I've never thought of monks as wearing robes. You know what I mean?
Really?
Huh.
Okay.
As being like, because I've never thought of a melee class as I've never liked melee that have basically skirts on. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not very practical for a melee.
Yeah,
especially one like monk that kick.
Okay. Yeah, no. So now people are in chatter saying it's actually the monk one. They're thinking it's the first yellow one from the left.
Yeah,
it has the balls on the shoulders.
I can see being monk.
Yeah. Okay.
Huh.
So I'm going to read some of these comments. And so Infective thinks it goes from left to right: rogue, druid, shaman, monk, paladin, warrior, death knight. Yeah, I could see all of these. Priest being the one with the robes and the thing.
Yeah.
That could be it. Locke being the next one. Demon hunter being the next one. Yeah, I could see with the horns. Hunter being the one after that. Yeah. And mage. Oh, and then evoker is being the last one. Yeah, so that was what was throwing me off. I'm like, that's more classes than we actually have, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Good call, Infective. I like it.
Yeah. And so then other people have said, Chad says, so red is leather, blue is mail, yellow is plate. But I don't think that's universally the case. No, I don't think so. It could be, but I don't think that's universal.
Yeah.
It's crazy, though. I mean, I'm shocked that they already have... It seems like they're way farther ahead than we think they are. And I don't know if that's a good thing or what that means, but it's interesting to me.
I wonder, because the things that they didn't show us, like raids and dungeons, I wonder if that's the kind of things that they're working on now.
Oh, that's a good point. We didn't see a single dungeon or raid, hear a single thing about it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not even how many dungeons. Even Shadowlands, they said, okay, we're going to do 8 dungeons.
Yeah. So, who knows? Like, they didn't even say, okay, there's going to be 2 dungeons in this zone, 2 dungeons in that. I mean, one would assume 2 dungeons in every zone, but...
Yeah. In fact, it points out that the colors are just difficulty previews like we have now with Zereth Morrison. He's probably right about that, yeah. Well, that'd be awesome, because that means that you can use the blue color. See, I was thinking originally it was going to be like some kind of covenant system. It was like, okay, you're a blue dragon chooser, then you get the blue tier. But yeah, no, you're probably right. It's probably just going to be based on the difficulty like always. But who knows? I mean, dude, they might not even be doing raids the same way as we know it. Like, you know, especially with this season 4, like, this is why expansion announcements are always wild, because a lot's going to change about the game in the next few months. And so they already know that, you know, but we don't. We don't actually know what season 4 is going to be yet, or what it's going to look like, or why they're even doing it, you know? And so imagine if that concept is something that they carry forward. Like all of a sudden there are no new dungeons, you know what I mean? And we're just doing content from Classic through, you know, Shadowlands as Mythic Plus or something like that. Like, who knows? You know what I mean? So it's like, man, you got to think about those things, because it could be big. It could be something completely different.
Yeah. I do wonder if that's why they need the extra time. If they're this far along and they still need a year, if that kind of thing, if the group content is what they need to adjust.
Yeah, that's probably, you're right. It would be that for sure.
But that being said, there are 4 color palettes here, and that would be LFR, normal, heroic, mythic.
Yeah, you're right.
So
The one that's missing is green, though. I mean, I don't know if they're really going for Dragonflight theme, but it seems like they would be based on the colors. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm like actually overwhelmed. I feel overwhelmed.
Theo says, "I love this so much, I'm just stunned. First time a game has made me speechless." Yeah.
Well, that's actually perfect for us because now we don't have to hear Theo go on about it.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Poor Theo.
And Faxi says biggest winners of the day is the art team and the new talent tree, and I totally agree. Like I said, like the game, like everything they showed looks amazing. The cinematic was great. Like it's maybe not my favorite cinematic ever. I don't know. It's good, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because that freaking talent tree just takes the cake, man. It just takes it and runs away with it. Like that idea, it changes everything about the game fundamentally. Like it could literally be a completely different product now. If depending on how liberal they'll be with customizing your character and how you'll switch. Because they actually said, like, they literally fucking Halinka's talking about this shit. He's got like a list of all the different talent tree loadouts he has. He had like 9 different things on that list. It's like, dude, why the hell would you need that many if it's not going to be super deep, right? It's going to have to be. It's going to end up being like, oh man, I don't know. Because the thing about classic talent trees, man, they're such a bait. Like, it looks good on paper. But then when you start to read what's there, it's like, dude, this is garbage. Like, it's literally like you have to go through 20 passive talents just to get one interesting thing. And it's like, okay, it's good for leveling, but man, is it awful for max level. And so they had a great system with MOP where everything is actually balanced, potentially. It's not really the case, but everything is a choice. And you have a couple different choices you can make, and that's it. But they're all powerful choices. Well, so now if they do the best of both, right? If they actually make it like a progression talent tree where there's a lot of difficult and interesting choices that you can just change and customize whenever you want, well, we hit the nail on the head. We've cracked the code, right?
Yeah. It's game changing. It really is, and it goes back to the first thing that came to my mind. Well, this is WoW 2.0. This is a completely different game now, and wow. I mean, I'm overwhelmed. I'm starting to think, wow, can I even play this game? Am I even good enough to play this game?
No, unfortunately, you're not, Cop. So you're gonna have to quit.
Oh, you're right.
That's just how it works.
You'd be sitting me for normal. I know. Yeah.
You got to stick to LFR, bro.
Yeah.
No, I mean, hey, that's the cool thing, dude. Like, I mean, you soldiered on as one of the potentially worst numerical choices you could have made all expansion, and I think the game's moving back in that direction. Like, it's gonna start allowing you to be creative, and this how it reminds me of something that happened to me in Wrath of the Lich King, and it was a really formative moment for this mindset I'm talking about right now.
Yeah.
And obviously very very few people know about this, but so in Wrath of the Lich King, there was a talent in the Ret talent tree, which was deep in the Ret talent tree, that whenever you use Judgment, you got mana back. Okay, so I was playing a Holy Paladin, and at the time when we were doing Nax, like me, Rusty, and Stit, all my real life friends, we made a guild. And I noticed like the healers in the raid were always talking about being out of mana. And they were talking about this all the time. And they were heavily talking about overhealing, right? So this was back in Wrath, and it was like more like niched. Like your healer healed a certain type of group, and that was it. So Paladin, it was all about healing the tanks, right? So I heard Paladins and Shamans who were healing the tanks talking about like, oh, we have to constantly cast our spells like very methodically. We have to cancel our casts. Making macros to do this and making sure that we don't overheal a lot. And so I saw an option in the Ret talent tree that combined with a holy point where allowed me to get a lot of crit. Whenever you crit, you would get mana back, okay? So at the time, you could choose between intellect and crit. Like, the stats were a little bit more fluid back then. And everybody was saying, like, the top theory crafters were saying you go intellect because you get more casts, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying I don't really need intellect if I have like 100% mana return. So I was stacking crit, putting crit in all my slots, and I was taking that Ret talent, which was deep. I'm talking deep. You're trading a lot of points to get there deep. And it was like, it gave me the illusion like, yo, I can build my Holy Pally a completely different way. And I thought it was great, man. I was literally doing like, it was like 99% overhealing, which I always, like, Rusty was here, he'd still laugh about this. Like, I would link the overhealing chart, and people were like, bro, you shouldn't be linking that. Like, look at how embarrassing that is. Most of your healing is overhealing. And I'm like, dude, I have 100% mana. Like, that's a good thing. Like, look at the theoretical healing I can do. It's like, actually, like, if the tank ever took millions of damage, I could heal it. It's like, you know what I mean? So you're here, you're sitting here like babysitting your mana pool because you're fucking class Discord is telling you how to play your class, and I'm here thinking outside the box. And that was literally like the start of a mindset that carried on for like 15 years, and people still, like berate me for it. It's like, I think that's what the game should have always fucking been, man. Like, stop relying on Blizzard to tell you how to play your class. Let them give you as many options as they can, and then go nuts and just be the best you can. And so it's like, we're finally here. Are we actually going to get that? I mean, I don't know, man. That sounds like what we're getting.
Yeah, and it goes back to something, and I cannot remember the specifics of it, but I think it was back in MOP. There was like this, it was one of the classes or one of the specs that people just moaned at Blizzard for like 6 months about being so bad, and Blizzard's response was finally, look, you're just playing it wrong. If you played it right, and all the theory crafters went nuts.
That happened in with Monk. Yeah.
Yeah, until they finally realized, oh wait, Blizzard's right, we just were thinking about the class wrong. And it's because people get so set in, this is what the experts say, the people who are doing all the theory crafting and math, that must be the only correct way to do it. And I love moving away from that idea. I love having
And that's what's so great about, that's why I like Covenant so much, because it was like, dude, there's so many options. It's like very hard for anybody to say like, this is the only way that you can succeed. And so the talent trees are just that on steroids. Like, dude, I'm looking at the pictures now, and I mean, there's got to be, I just don't know how many points you get, because none of the images show like actually having an amount of points or based on your level or anything like that. But it's like, dude, there's got to be like probably like hundreds of permutations of different talents. So you're gonna run this all through a fucking spreadsheet and tell me exactly which ones I should take? Very unlikely. You know what I mean? Very unlikely. It's gonna depend a lot on who you are, what you're doing, and how the content proliferates. I can't fucking wait, man. Just looking at this Druid shit now. I mean, I don't really play Druid, but yeah, we talked about it before, like Convoke being on there for Resto. And so the top row here, I'm going to send you this picture. The top row is actually like very interesting. Let me send you this picture here. All right, there, I sent you that picture. And so you could look at that as well. Like the top row is got it's got Rake on it. Okay, so a cat form ability. It's got what looks to be Frenzied Regeneration to me.
Mm-hmm.
It has Rejuvenation and Swift Mend. Okay, and then it has the Starfire, right? Yeah. So like core spells from all 4 specs. And so that's not part of the Resto tree. That's part of the Druid tree. So you get Swift Mend and Rejuve and points into Rejuve if you want as a balanced Druid. Like, wow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I get talent. Druid's not a great example is because they already had the affinities.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, so what do we get that as Paladin? Do I get to wear like a 2-handed weapon as a Holy Paladin or something? Like, what are we doing here? What's the actual... And there's Innervate down the row there if you keep looking. There looks like Dispel, the Curse Dispel, potentially maybe Magic as well. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty nuts, man.
Yeah, like
this is big.
Insane. I don't know. I don't know. I would love to see the Monk one, because I would love to be able to look and see what is Monk and what is Windwalker, and because these are insanely detailed too, right? Like, wow. And sorry, I was just gonna say, I think it sounds to me like they've learned their lesson about what to put in a talent tree. They're not going to be putting in, okay, this gives you 1% crit for 1 point. Yay.
And so I think they're going to do both. So now, Last Asar just said, it seems like the circle is a passive, okay? And then the square is an active. And Octagon is a choice between 2 active spells. Octagon.
Oh, yeah. See the octagon in the middle there.
Oh, yes, I see. Interesting.
And there's ones further down of octagon too.
Yes, you're right. But yeah, no, I think he's right about this. And so there's a lot. And so, you know what I think happens here, dude? You don't have any spells. I think you start with no spells.
And this is how you get your spells.
Every single spell, yeah. So you can choose, man. Like, okay, if I want Rake as a Resto Druid, well, that's a talent point, Like, if I want to be able to do damage in cat form, that's a talent point.
Oh.
And so if I want that, I have to commit talent points to it. If not, I can keep taking, I can be more hybrid. Like, I think that's exactly what's happening. And it sounds a lot like it's Ascension.
That is insanely good, because, God dang it. I just, because as a monk, one of my biggest things is I've always hated spinning crane kick. I just don't like the way it looks. I don't like the way it feels. I don't like the way people spam it right now. So I've always been leaned more towards Fist of Fury for my AoE. This kind of system, I can forego Spin Crane Kick, buff up Fist of Fury to compensate, and play it a completely different way. Oh, dang, I love that.
Could be, yeah, absolutely. It sounds like it. I mean, on paper, that's, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but like you go deep into that on the left side, and you see like you're taking mad. There's a lot of spells like Druid, like Maim is down there, and somebody says Kick as well. Like I guess Solar Beam. I don't really see it, but yeah, I mean that could be huge, dude. Like Resto Druid could take balance, could take Solar Beam, and how about this, man? Feral could take trees.
Oh,
right? Like, let's go, dude. We're finally solving these problems.
Bring Feral to Mythic Plus. They can bring trees.
We could finally solve these problems.
You can finally bring Ulin to Mythic Plus. Fine.
I mean, this is pretty nuts. And then there's even more on here. It's like you see the number 8 above the whatever that is, the rebirth spell on the left.
Yeah.
And then it says 8 over I think that's Swiftman on the right.
Yeah.
Does that even still exist, Swiftman? But yeah, it's like okay. Or no, it's called Nature's. I don't know, the thing that makes me heal instant. Nature's Swiftness. Yeah. So what is the 8? What do you think?
I don't know. Is that? Do you have to maybe have 8 points in the tree in order to use it? Like, I'm just trying to.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be it. Could be a new conduit system, like a new glyph type system.
Could be.
But it could be. Yeah, it could be that the things on the left require so many points and you just get them for free, maybe.
Yeah.
And that could be like something that they expand on. Like, because now my question is, what does this look like in 12.0 or 11.0, you know?
Yeah.
Because that was always my big problem. The classic talent trees were good, but then the TBC talent trees came out and it was excellent. And now it looks like it's like really deep and there's so many options. But then the Wrath talent trees came out and it's like, I think there's now too many, like I was saying about the Paladin situation. It's like, we have a little bit too many options now, and they're not balanced well enough. And so, like, when Kata came out and they shortened the talent tree and they just squished the talent tree, I was like, yeah, they needed to do that, because if you have another 10 expansions, the talent tree is going to be so long, you're going to need 2 monitors to look at it, you know?
Well, yeah.
And so what does this look like in the future? Where do we go? What does, because they're basically saying, like, we're not doing whatever, like a covenant type system, not doing like an artifact type system where you empower that. Instead, we're going to be empowering talents. Well, how? Like, do we do that by leveling only? Or is there actual gear and maybe a Paragon leveling system? A lot of people were talking about that in leaks. A potential Paragon leveling system where you continue to level. You just like Azerite power, you put that into your talents instead, a conduit type system maybe. I don't know. So
I don't know. Because again, that kind of skirts the line of borrowed power versus power that they can bring forward, right? So in 11.0, do we lose all the Paragon levels?
Right.
You
That's a great point. Yeah.
So I don't know. I just don't know. There's so many options.
Yeah, so they're telling me it's Skull Bash, which is the feral interrupt, I guess. But so that means you have to be in feral form, I guess. Yeah, I mean, whatever, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, that's cool. Obviously, having these spells, like, love to see what, like, Rep Paladin, if you can get Rebuke as a Holy Paladin, something like that, that'd be so great. Yeah, I'm sold, I'll tell you what. Is there no pre-order? I thought there'd be a pre-order today.
Well, see, this goes back to what I was saying. Like, they need another year to bring this to thing. I don't think we'll get the pre-order for another 3-4 months. Because they didn't announce it today.
No, I know. That's the shocking part. Because it's on the website. That's how the leaks came about. Like, you know that, right?
Yeah. I don't. I never paid any attention to any of the leaks.
Oh, okay. Well, so yeah, the reason everybody knew it was called Dragonflight was because if you go on the WoW website and you do a code inspect or whatever you call it, if you right-click on a browser and click inspect, it'll open up like a bunch of forward-facing code that you could sift through. And on the website, it said Dragonflight Epic Edition, Dragonflight Basic Edition, whatever the pre-orders would be called or something like that. So it was like actually possible to look at the code there, even though it wasn't active for us.
Wow, that is some insane levels of what do they call it?
Digging up, right?
Yeah.
People are all about it.
I don't know. To me, I'd rather just not know until it's announced, But
I definitely would have been more excited because obviously, like, we knew exactly what was coming. But I mean, it was still really. It's just like I don't even care. Like the lead up to the expansion is just like I don't even care. Like I would. It's not as I've been saying this for years. Like when Game of Thrones spoilers were coming and leaking and shit, I was reading every single one of them. And people are like, "Dude, you're ruining the episode for you." I'm like, "I don't give a fuck, dude. Like I'm reading text. Are you kidding me, dude? Like it's not the same thing. When you read text and when you experience it, when you hear the sounds, when you see the actors' faces, you see the snow falling, the music, it's like that's a completely different experience than knowing what's going to play out. And I would say like sometimes knowing like for me coming into today, it's like knowing it was Dragonflight, it made me more excited because now I don't have to worry about like all these people who are like, oh, it's gonna be an Emerald Dream expansion, like all these random things that it could have been. So now I don't have all these things in my head. It's like, no, I know it's Dragonflight. I know it's about dragons. Let's see what they do, and it's way more focused. Like you're just, it's easier to actually be excited for it. I feel like so.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Like, I mean, my own, I'm not a Game of Thrones guy. I'll put it in a perspective of mine, like. Doctor Who, every so often they'll change the actor that plays the main character, right? And they'll announce ahead of time who that's going to be so that you know when that regeneration is going to happen, who that's going to be, and the kind of parts they played, and the kind of actor they are, so you can kind of have a baseline in your head, and it's like, okay, now let's see what he does with the character, or she does with the character. Let's see what happens.
Right, yes. Then let unfold. Yeah, that's right.
Let's let it unfold, and it can really build hype,
Yeah. Okay, so we have a couple new things on the website itself, the dragonflight.blizzard.com. It says additional features here. It says new level cap, ascend to the new heights of power as you explore the Dragon Isles, earning new talents every step of the way to level 70. So yeah, earning new talents, like saying that explicitly. So obviously. We're going to have like a weakened version of it in 60, and then 70 it's going to be fully unlocked. So when the pre-patch comes out, then it says new dungeons. Fight to reclaim Neltharius, the stronghold of the Black Dragonflight. Explore previously unknown chambers of Uldaman, and defend the life pools of the Red Dragonflight, and more. So we have 3 dungeons already being talked about. A stronghold of the Black Dragonflight, Uldaman, which what zone? What is that?
Uldaman. Yeah, Uldaman is in.
That's where I am in game right now, isn't it? Yeah,
probably
it is. Yes, I'm standing right outside of Uldaman because I was leveling this paladin. That's hilarious. Yeah, so that's actually there, and then the third one, defend the life pools of the Red Dragonflight, and I like life, I like pools, and I like Red Dragonflight. So that sounds like a good one.
Absolutely.
And they also have a new raid on here. It says, venture into the ancient prison of the primal incarnates before their malevolent power can be unleashed against the dragon aspects. And that's what we saw on the Wowhead article I linked to about the tier sets. Those images at the bottom of that was actually showing key art from concept art from the primal incarnates. Very, very thematic looking dragons. So.
Our beloved sister, whose essence you have
Pretty nuts.
generously born.
Wow. That's all right. I'm on the Dragonflight website right now. I'm just scrolling through things.
Yeah. Anything you see there?
Discovering ways to play. Level cap, new raid. To the ancient prison of the primals.
Thank you, friend of the blue dragonfly.
So my quest is this was like, I gotta opt into the beta, but. They talked about elementals, and we didn't see any elementals.
Well, that's what those dragonflights look like. Like I said, those pictures that we sent before.
Yeah.
It's like they're elemental dragons. That's what it looks like.
Oh.
Right? I mean, have another look. I'll send you the pictures, or do you still have it?
Yeah, I still have it. I think I still have it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's like actual elemental dragons, it looks like. There's a fire dragon, an ice dragon, a wind dragon, and an earth dragon, so... I don't know exactly what the purpose of that is or why they're in that way, but it's like, yeah, I mean, that's probably pretty nuts.
It's interesting because I when they say elements, I don't get elemental dragons, I get elementals, right? So I'm wondering if we're going to dive into the lore of.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a big change to the continuity of how the element stuffs work, because like maybe those dragons are incredibly important for elemental stuff. Like, who knows, you know?
Yeah, because again, I get a very cataclysmy feel to the way that they're changing things, you know.
And that's one of my favorite things about this expansion. It feels like, I feel like Azeroth is a cool concept. Like just the kind of like primal nature of the planet and the history of it. And instead of like trying to make our characters and the history of our characters become the important things, like I don't know. Do you know what I mean? But like, do you feel that way as well? Like, how?
Yeah,
It feels like the storylines like of Sylvanas and shit that we've been doing as characters have dominated, when it's like there's actually like amazing stories just like in the ground, and we just need to go and get them. And they actually even mentioned that, like they literally what the Explorers League, or what's the name of that dwarf thing? Like it's like they're talking about bringing them back, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
The Explorers League and the Reliquary, yeah. I think that means that we're gonna get an update to archaeology too. That they didn't say anything about it, but
I would expect that. It sounded like it because they're actually like naming the archaeological societies by. I mean, like you got to think about like they only announce certain things, and so if something gets into the announcement, that's like a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Because it means like it's really important. It's something that they've been thinking and saying and talking about for a very long time. So if they say the freaking what were the names of them? I don't even know.
The Reliquary and the Explorers League.
That's it. The Reliquary. It's like, dude, those haven't been featured. Like, when was the last time we talked about the Reliquary, right?
TBC, because the Reliquary is a Blood Elf thing, and the Explorers League is the dwarves.
Yeah, but no, they're actually. I just flew over Badlands in game, and they're actually in Badlands, so they're in Cataclysm and stuff. But it's just like I don't know what the function of them has been, and so now it's obvious that they're going to be some way functioning. So I don't know, man. You got to like pick it through, because there's probably a lot of stuff like that gets said, and so like when you're the first time you listen to them say some of these words, I'm like, why are they even saying some of this stuff? And then afterwards, you can go back and rewatch it, and you're like, oh, I bet that there's something big here,
Absolutely. Just looking at the Drakthir Evokers now. It's interesting, because it's only a ranged class.
I know. What do you think about that? The two options, ranged, and it's male as well.
Yeah. I've been saying forever we need another male class, right? Because there's only
the two. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
There's only the two, so
it's a perfect time too. Like usually, I feel like when they made Demon Hunter, it was like, well, it has to be leather, right? Like it's just that's what it is. But this is like this is the other cool thing about this. Like I typically, dude, I would never want to see a class come into this game, because it always comes in a state of imbalance. All three classes they added came in a massive state of imbalance, and to this day, they still fight some of the stigma they had.
Yeah.
But this is not a class that has ever existed in this game before. This is never, like, there's been Death Knights, obviously Warcraft 3, so you have to like fit in themes from Warcraft 3 and the concept of Death Knights. Same thing with monks, right? There's been monks, Storm Earth and Fire, Keg Smash, these spells like have existed. And same thing with Demon Hunter, so it has to have Eye Beam, it has to have Metamorphosis. But this is an entirely new, like a fresh, and so they don't do this very often. I feel like MoP and Shadowlands were the best examples of where they had nothing and they made everything around something that they just came up with. And this usually is just based on like aesthetics and zones and stuff. But if they're actually going to do that with an actual class, I mean, dude, like the creativity, it's like these people are not bereft. Like they have a lot of creativity. And I think a lot of the time the game holds them back because of what potentially it needs to adhere to. And so this is the expansion of just putting that all behind us, it sounds like.
Yeah, it looks like they're leaving behind a lot of the baggage that has held them back for a very long time. Like, I'm just like looking through the stuff that the Drakthir have there, and they talk about, this is something that I always think back to Rusty, because he always used to go, anybody who has their click to cast, where you have to release it for the cast to go off. He said it should go off as soon as you click it. They're holding us back. And now you've got this empowered abilities where the longer you hold it down,
Dude, that is so unique. Yeah, dude, that's like a really common thing in a lot of other games as well. Like in Dark Souls, that's like one of my favorite things about combat in Dark Souls. It's like you can hold down the spell to do a combo or something like that. Like, man, how about that?
That is amazing. I'm so happy to see that. Like, I cannot wait to get in there and to just play with these Drakthir. I will never main a Drakthir. I'm a melee, born and bred melee, 100%. But I can't wait to mess around with them because I bet they're super fun to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think like it's the same way about Demon Hunter, man. Like Demon Hunter is like a fun alt. Like I don't think I could ever main it, but man, it's like, especially Havoc. Like Havoc's like such a wild spec, you know. So it's like this spec looks like Havoc on fucking steroids. Like everything about the fact that you like fly and shit. Like, what are you talking about? You flying while you're in combat? Like, what is that real or is that just an animation or what? Like, I don't know, man. Like, it could be crazy.
You're doing an Onyxia deep breath. That's the way they described it.
Yes, I mean that's yeah, awesome. Dude, that's awesome. Magic says something that I think you might have to comment on. Cop is not actually a melee. He's always rolling away from melee. He has commitment issues. You agree? Or?
I disagree. I don't have commitment issues, you know, because at least I don't buy WoW tokens thinking I can resell them on the auction house.
Really? You're going to bring that up? Wow, okay. Not what I expected.
Well, you know, if he's going to come at me, I got to respond.
Better not miss, right? Yeah.
Better not miss.
All right. What else? Let's see. Any more posts? I'm shocked that, you know, I guess they, oh yeah, let's see. There's a post on Wowhead now. Let's talk about new talent trees. Let's read this Wowhead post here. So it says, today's expansion revealed that they're going to be doing a complete revamp of the talent system. I think this is from Ian Hazakosa saying this, okay. I think seeing a new generation play with those talents and work through those talent trees really underscored many of the things that, frankly, we lost when we shifted to Mists of Pandaria-style talents. A big piece of that was some of the granularity, the feeling of getting a level and spending a point to customize your character to make yourself a bit better in some specific way. But also that sense of hybridity that you could have. That's something that we largely lost. And so the new talent system avoids pitting players' power through throughput choices against those utility hybrid choices, because we know there is always a right outcome there. And we also understand that there's a lot of strength and flexibility in the modern talents to let players customize their talents for a particular encounter. So I'm going to read that again. Now, this was from the announcement, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. I forgot that he even said this, but now that we know what we know about it, this is really telling. He says, the new talent system will avoid pitting player power throughput choices against those utility hybrid choices, because we know there's always a right outcome there. Yes. So, I mean, that sounds like the right, you know, that sounds like a mentality that I'm very interested in seeing on paper.
Absolutely. Because, again, it comes down to that whole idea of choice. You know, it's like, well, we know that mathematically you've got these people running these spreadsheets for that 0.0001% advantage. We want to move away from that because those guys, as you say, playing the game wrong.
Yeah, it's just like it's just no longer a game at that point, I feel, right?
Yeah, right? Like you're just playing a spreadsheet at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's also the balance as well on there. And it just looks like... It's actually interesting because this is when Halinka... Here, I'm going to show you this picture too. This is when Halinka showed the options. You see on the left, it's like all his... well, that's not even... It says Jeff, so I don't know who that's supposed to be. But anyway, like, yeah, it's showing like all the different options. But you see, like, on the left, the druid portion... this person is apparently, you know, this is a balance loadout, and they're showing them taking like some pretty heavy commitment on that right side of that tree there, including, I don't know what that final talent would be. I don't know if that's a talent that's currently in the game or what, but like, yeah, it seems pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Trying to discern what any of that could be, but
I don't know. That's right below what's that? Convoke? Or that lightning.
So on the left, that's Innervate, yeah.
Yeah, Innervate, right below the left. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Ah.
Beyond the right, like on the balance portion, there is Convoke on the talent tree, and that was on both. But the thing that's interesting about it is Convoke has those two arrows. It's an octagon, or whatever that shape is. So
yeah,
it's interesting because a lot of those have that. Like Typhoon on the left has that. I don't really know the spell names very well. Wild Charge, I think, is the one in the middle of the tree. So it's like, oh, you know what? Like, what's going on here? Like, man, why is the octagon there? What is that actually doing?
What are they choosing between? Like, what's the other
Yeah.
option there? Huh.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, maybe it like opens a menu and you can put whatever you want in there.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And maybe that's what these diamond things are on both sides. Maybe that's where you put your glyphs.
Yeah, well, I don't know because it's like spells that I'm identifying, like Starfall on the right and Celestial Balance or whatever that talent's called. It's like those are things that are Celestial Alignment. Those are the things that like exist already. And same thing with left. It's like Rebirth and Stampeding Roar. So it's like, okay, well, maybe those are just things you get when you level. Like they're just like a max thing that is just like a big point and you just get that.
Yeah, it could definitely be. Huh.
Okay, so somebody says squares, active ability, circles, passive ability, and hexagons, what we're calling them, is choose an ability. So yeah, it is a choice there apparently. Interesting.
So yeah, again, that raises the question: what is diamond? Then is that just something you just get?
Yeah, I don't know. And so then, I think the one that is Convoke, the fact that you can choose that makes me wonder: like, is that every Covenant ability in there?
Ooh.
Right? Could you think about that? I mean, like maybe.
Oh yeah.
Like that choice is just all 4 Covenant abilities, and that's why it's at the dead end of the tree.
Yes.
Very interesting.
Oh yeah, that could be where my Fallen Order goes, or I could use the Bone Dust Brew and.
Yeah, and so that's what I wanted to ask you about this. Like now that we've talked about customizing your character so much, like if this system was in the game now, what would you do? Like did you pick because like for me, Knife A is not just about the spell. Like Death's Due is a great spell, and so is the Blink and stuff, and those spells are what keep me. But like I like being in Ardenweald. I like the theme of it. I like the gear. I like the transmog. I like where I set my hearth. You know, so it's like the whole concept. But I've been saying like if I could actually just take the Kyrian spell and use everything else from Night Fae, that's probably what I would do because that spell would work way better for the way I'm playing my character now. But I don't want to be a Bastion person, you know. So it's like, what do you like? What are your like end game goals here?
100% the same. I love being a Venthyr. One of the things that's always held me back is that Fallen Order is such a clunky spell to use. Right? We've talked about this a bunch. It has a huge long cooldown in comparison to the ones from the other covenants. So I could increase my character's throughput if I was a Bastion or a Maldraxxus monk. Pretty reasonably. But I don't want to be part of those places. I love being a Venthyr. I love the atmosphere of it. I love the gothic feel. I just love the whole, we're dark vampires. You know, and that whole feel to it. I even love Sinfall. I know you don't like it because it's 2 floors, but I love it. Through a door to get to one to the other, and it's just.
It says.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, no, that's fine. If you're continuing,
I was just gonna say I just love being there and being part of that whole atmosphere. So
yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking too. So that's like what I like being a client. Like it would be so cool to be able to play like a Blood DK and have more options about what spells I have. Because like honestly, I love some of the frost spells. Like if I can get the dragon, the Breath of Sindragosa, or no, that's the talent. Sindragosa's Fury, I think it's called the flyover thing. Like if I can get that as Blood DK, like fuck it, man, we're taking that. I don't give a shit if I have to trade a couple things, man. I'll trade that. I'll take that all day. So who knows? Maybe they'll do that in the future. Anyway, Effective says maybe there's a pool of abilities and can be chosen at any of those types of nodes. Maybe that's why the 3 PvP talents at the bottom are all just that kind of node. Let's take a look at the PvP thing. Oh yes, he's right. The PvP is 3 of those arrow, octagon, hexagon, flexagon things or whatever. Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
Interesting. Yeah, so it could be a bunch of. Man, that's very interesting. So and that could be why Typhoon and Wild Charge are over there, because those are like those right now. You can't have both, right? I'm pretty sure Typhoon and Wild Charge are on the same talent row right now.
Could be. I talking to the wrong guy about Druids, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, man.
Druid is the one class I've never had any interest in. It just never spoke to me in any way. You know? Like, even as an alt, I don't like playing Druid.
So Jick says, seriously, Metro, what are your thoughts on Ian's slander? Ian has shortened HPG to PG. Power gamers. When did that happen? Was it serious? Or what?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, you didn't hear about this?
No.
Oh my god, dude. I made a video on this a while ago. There was an interview right before 9.2 came out where he was calling the people who like basically like, and this is hilarious because we're talking about this again now, but basically like he was calling the people who like min-max to their own detriment hardcore power gamers. That's the phrase he used, and it's like, wow, that is the dumbest phrase I've ever heard anybody use, but it's been like a stream meme for a while.
Nice.
He said power gamers in the reveal. Oh wow, I didn't even hear that. I have to watch the whole thing again.
Yeah, me too, honestly.
But he says, I can now only think and wonder how many times Cop has rolled off Sinfall.
Okay. It's happened once, okay? Because I was, not paying attention.
Do you actually die?
No, it depends on where you're rolling off from. If you're rolling off from the top, the back usually
So it's happened more than once if you know all these different areas, huh?
Okay, maybe it might have happened with a flying serpent kick, because what happens is when you go flying serpent kick through that door of shadows to go between levels, sometimes the door of shadows doesn't go off, and you go
just doesn't work. Yeah, I get you.
And then you fall off. And if you're doing it from the upper level to the lower level, the bat catches you. And if you roll off the lower level, well, it doesn't catch you so much.
Yeah, sometimes you fall off, man. That's just how it is.
It's true. I'm a monk. Sometimes I roll off things.
So Lale says, I would like to see the profession system where take a piece of gear you already crafted and take materials of better quality to make that piece better.
Interesting. You could do it through that order system.
That's just how the legendary system works now, right?
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
already in the game. That's something that will probably continue.
I would think that would probably continue. I'm wondering if that's something that they would restrict, just because that's a very powerful thing to skip crafting. Like you're only adding the more powerful materials, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's definitely going to be there. Yep, for sure. I mean that's, like I said, that's how. I don't think they would go backwards from what they've been building on. So if they're doing what they're doing, it seems like they're trying to make it, trying to extrapolate on from where they were in Shadowlands, and that sounds exactly like where they would go with that direction.
Yeah, especially because they said that one of the things that they talked about with the order system was that you could get them to make stuff that would normally be soulbound when it's made. So you can, that maybe that chest piece is soulbound specifically to the person making it. I can still get it. So
now that makes me. That was also. I'm glad you're bringing that up. That was also a really big moment in my peak, like interest peak on professions, because when I hear that, it makes me wonder, like, are they doing this profession thing for all professions? Like, not I don't mean like tailoring versus blacksmith. I mean like blacksmith from Classic versus Shadowlands, blah blah blah. And if they are, then does that mean I'm finally going to be able to get all those transmogs and shit? They, like, you used to have to be actual blacksmith to get and equip and get the pattern from. Are we actually going to? Can I go and find somebody who has like the Red Dragonflight set from Classic and give them the materials and they can make it for me? Because that set is BOP. So the only way I can get that transmog would be by having it and being blacksmith, which obviously you can't get anymore. So
wow.
I wonder if they're going to do that with old profession stuff, or this is only about new professions. I don't know.
I would think they do the old because they love the idea of transmog. And they've been opening up more and more all the time.
Yeah, I just don't know if they're going to apply that profession system to the entirety of it. Because, like, I feel like Shadowlands, a lot of the stuff that we have in Shadowlands is, like, the precursor to what we got announced today.
Yeah.
And so I feel like the profession changes they made in Shadowlands were great. And, like, the way they changed it so it fit better with leveling, like, you can be wearing a red linen robe, which used to be, like, a level 4 item back in Classic. You can wear that and use a custom or whatever optional reagent to turn that into a level 50 item, right? And so they kind of like stopped halfway for some reason. Like they didn't really do it with all the items. But it makes me think like they were just like, okay, here's this first iteration we have. We really like this, and they're working on it. And then somebody's like, yo, stop what you're doing. We're going to completely change the profession system next expansion. So let's just move on, kind of thing. Like that's what I think happened. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe. You know, it's almost one of those things where, like, okay, we know we're going to be changing everything, so let's stop iterating on this and move on.
Yep.
But at the same time, we still got another year. There's so much more that they can do. So, who knows? And if people in the community want that kind of change, it sounds like they're open to it. So,
yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, it depends on when this expansion comes out, obviously. So I think like the big problem that I don't think was realistic about Shadowlands and like how people were like kind of moaning the whole fucking time was like, it's like, dude, you're asking them like, so if they announce something like, you know, if they announce Dragonflight and you're like, no, I don't want Dragonflight, we want a different expansion. It's like, you're just an idiot. Like that's not going to happen, right? Like it's too far along. They're not going to stop making the expansion they're making currently. And so it was like the same way with Covenants. And, you know, everybody was like bitching about things that, you know, a lot of it did end up changing. But it's like you're just wasting your own time here because like they're not going to just remake the entire functional element of the expansion that they announced. Like that's just not how it works. Like they're too committed to it. You know what I mean? And even if it ends up being a good or a bad idea, it doesn't really matter. It's coming to the game. And so those people who are like, oh, you know, they should have listened to us the whole time. It's like they did, dude. And you asked for something that's not possible.
Yeah.
So like you should give better feedback. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem.
Yeah.
And so I can imagine this is going to be the same, you know, every expansion. But, you know, like I think I did talk to somebody who works at Blizzard, and, you know, I won't say exactly what he said, but basically he was saying like they're working on streamlining development to a way that like they're able to skip a lot of things they used to have to do. Like things like, you know, technical testing, like making sure like code and shit works.
Yeah.
Somehow that I can't tell you about, like they're not doing that anymore. And so it's allowed them to make a system, theoretically, like concept, make a system reality in like a much, much, much shorter period of time. And so then what that does is it gets that system being talked about. And so like say they have an idea for something, but they don't have any art for it. They don't have any like, you know, things aren't actually working for it. So it can't actually be tested, but they can tell you what they plan on doing. And then you can get feedback on it. And so I think that's, you know, getting a much better system. Like it's allowing us to have a more open discourse about what they're developing. And so in this case, like if for some reason somebody did have some really valid points that needed to be actioned on, I think it's very possible that it could change because they're probably in a state where things are a lot more fluid right now. You know, like it's not, they haven't committed thousands of hours to any of these things yet, like they would have with Covenants and Shadowlands stuff, you know?
Absolutely. Anything that streamlines the development process is better for us because it allows our feedback to be more reactive. You know what I mean? Like they're able to react to our feedback in a quicker manner so that we're not waiting until 9.1.5 to be able to switch Covenants freely. You know, if that's something that they want to change. But yeah.
Jix says this convo you're having is explaining the 9.2 patch launch random rollbacks. What does that mean? Random rollbacks?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the premise of like them being more open to it is great and all, but like I think people still have to realize, like, you know, ultimately, if you're asking for something that just completely flies in the face of the game, you know, then you're just not going to get that. And, you know, so they didn't mention anything about alts and shit. Like, this is like one of the most talked about topics. And obviously maybe it's too specific to be talking about here, but it's like, it just goes to show like what they're focused on right now.
Yes.
And I'm really happy to hear about the things we heard about, because like, I think the flight thing, this is a great middle ground, man, because like, honestly, I don't know how so many people couldn't see it, but like, to me, like the flight that we have in the game is just like, it's just not good for the game. Like, it's just honestly, it harms the world. And now they're actually going to solve that. So like all these people who are talking about flight and getting into fucking arguments and requesting changes that are completely unrealistic on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you guys just held that back, you know, like they could have made this system for years probably. And it could have been maybe even in Legion, you know, with like some demons or something like that. I don't know, but it's like a perfect time for it. They finally have a creative solution to it. And hopefully people can be a little bit more realistic about these conversations moving forward and not just ask for exactly what they want and nothing else. But I think they solved it, man. It sounds like they did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was never my biggest issue with the game, but just talking to you, I know it's an issue. You know what I mean? So I'm glad we're finally getting a solution to it. But hopefully they can action on stuff like that a little bit quicker, for sure.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be easier to have a conversation about things that actually matter and not just like, oh, the game's too easy and all these overly general things that people constantly bring up.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the things that we, not to get too negative, but it's one of the things that we've always talked about is it's really too easy for people to get, okay, influencer X thinks Y,
yeah,
so Z is the only solution, and we've got to hammer Blizzard.
Yeah, I mean that's just life in 2022, unfortunately, man. So Jix points out that he was talking about first week of 9.2. Most people I know randomly got DC'd and roll back hours of progress. Oh, really? I haven't. Yeah. Did you have that happen to you?
It didn't happen to me. I haven't heard about it happening. So.
Yeah, same. Rifle says, question is the old flight system going to go away? No. That's basically what they've done is they've made like a new progression system that just involves traveling. And it's like actually genius because like this is, maybe not in these specific words, but people have been basically asking for this the whole time. And my counterpoint was I was like, dude, you're talking about travel. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's fucking it doesn't matter. It's just not gameplay, right?
Yeah.
Well, they made it gameplay. Like, it's finally gameplay. This is, like, the problem. Like, they're talking about traveling. Like, I remember the first time I talked about this in a video.
Yeah.
Everybody was complaining about no flying at the start of WoD, right? And they were taking flying away. I made a video showing my character flying from the garrison to High Mall, okay? It took I'll never forget this. It took 47 seconds to get there, okay? Then I showed that I made the same flight on a flight path from the garrison to High Mall. It took 1 minute and 7 seconds. It was like 20 seconds more. It's like, dude, do you really fucking care about like this is just not important. Like 1 minute of travel to get to the raid is important to you? Like, I mean, it's just fucking stupid, right?
Yeah.
And so this is what people have been talking about. Like, you're talking about something that's completely trivial just because you're like, I mean, I don't even know. Like, you're too much of a I really can't even describe how anybody would ever care about this in the state it's in currently. And so Blizzard hears us for fucking 7 years, basically. And now they said, hey, we get it. Like, we're going to make it gameplay. We want it to be gameplay too. And so now it's gameplay. Now it's actually important. And it could be present in the raid now.
Yeah.
Like, that could be something that you actually use in 5-mans and raids. Flying around the game world could actually be gameplay, like for real, start to finish now.
Well, and think about it, this is something that they've been thinking about since Wrath of the Lich King. It was on the box that you were supposed to be able to engage in flying battles. And I mean, the only glimpse of it we ever got was Oculus, and that was sucky.
Yeah, it's actually hilarious, dude. You're right about, dude, this is definitely happening. And now that I've said, I think it's 100% happening. There's going to be at least one fight. Maybe it'll be like the opening fight, kind of like the raid fights we've had in the past where they're just kind of demonstrating something interesting and not really hard. Yeah, I think we definitely fight on those mounts, 100%.
Yeah, I think that's, so we're going to have to get good at it. So in other words, Cop's going to have to, quote unquote, get good.
It's going to be like a progression system. It sounds like it's going to be like a new exploration system. Like, you're going to go out in the world and find things scattered around the world, maybe from world quests or something like this, different quests that help you empower your dragon and make it maybe fly farther or fly more successfully, or there's going to be areas that you can only fly in if you unlock certain things. That's what it sounds like, right? So, I mean, like, it can be like the ciphers in 9.2.
Yeah.
But also used in the raid. Like, I think it could actually be that.
Yeah, for sure. Because this is something, like I said, they've been thinking about for a long time. You could have like a world quest where you have to do barrel rolls through smoke rings in order to get good at barrel rolls.
Oh, that will, 100% chance. Yeah, that's definitely going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah. Man, it's going to be good. Can't wait.
See if there's any new stuff. So what else? I mean, like, obviously they didn't really talk about any class stuff, but like, what do you think? Like, Because like obviously they're gonna do class revamp too, right? So what do you think like might happen for Monk?
I'd like to see Monk get a little bit more balance. I as much as I love being, you know, that spec that excels in AoE, I'd love to see us get balance to both sides to where we can excel in both AoE and single target. And I wouldn't even mind giving up a little bit of AoE for a little bit better single target, you know?
Yeah.
But it's so tough for them to do that because right now we're so centered around AoE. I think, I don't know. Monk could use almost a bit of a redesign anyway. But as much as I love
It's a good time for it.
Yeah.
I mean, they basically said like, you know, they plan on doing like pretty deep class stuff because obviously like, you know, they're not going to be adding. Like, I'm trying to think like what. I guess like it's actually a good example. Like right now, Monk is kind of defined by the Covenant spells, isn't it? Like in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So like, what would be the equivalent in 10.0? I don't know. You know. So maybe we'll see. I guess, but obviously there's going to be some big spell type stuff too. I'm sure.
Dragon Punch, maybe.
Yeah, Whirling Dragon Punch. That exists, right?
Yeah. That's it's our most powerful single ability, right? But it's been like it's literally the only one on that row that anybody takes. So you look at any raid log, you'll see Whirling Dragon Punch it always has 100% because nothing else in that role has ever come close. But it's never worked properly since it was introduced. And I know we had our own issues with this. If you remember when we on the Rathion fight, it was considered movement. And I always got extra stacks because it was considered movement, even though I didn't move.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And you know, I had the problems when I would do those things with Rathion, where you would go into Stormwind and Orgrimmar, because it was considered.
Oh,
movement.
I remember that too. Yeah.
You know, so I would always get those extra puddles, so it would make it harder to progress that way. But yeah, it's never worked 100% properly because it's always interacted in a really queer way with other spells too.
Wow, that was a weird word you just used there. Anyway, let's read some of these comments. Some good ones here. I like your thoughts on it. Ahmed says, I find it hard for them to balance talent trees if there's that much involved. They are already failing to balance the trivial talents that we have right now. And so I think that's like a mentality that needs to just go away. Like, you know, and I think like, yeah, it's never going to be perfectly balanced. And I think that's what they're doing. They're just committing to that. Like,
yeah,
when you have that many options, and so for years I would have agreed with that, where it's like, nah, they'll never do this because it's too imbalanced. Like, there's no way to balance it properly if you have that many options. And so the fact that they just did that, committed to doing that, tells me that well, first of all, like I did say before, they do have a leg up on that type of stuff now. But regardless, it will never be truly balanced, and they're fine with that. Like, they're just ready to move on from that and start letting customization be the focal point. And you can start making these decisions, you know? And if you want to balance yourself out based on your talent trees, then that will be up to you. And I think they've already done a lot of this too, honestly, man, because like Azurite powers and legendaries and a lot of those things, like, you know, if you just combine all that shit, then you have a complete, you know what I mean? Like, there's been a lot of attempts at this. It's a lot more than you realize. And so as long as they have the right philosophical standpoint and people just stop like ruining the game for themselves, then that's good, man. We win. Like, I think that's the problem. A lot of people are just like, oh, this is 0.1% better, so it's the only option. It's like, dude, you're just taking the game, you're making it less fun for yourself, man. Like, there's no reason to play the game like that nowadays.
Unless you're on Liquid, you know, and trying to win world first.
Yeah, and you have to leave because you did such a poor job, right? Like, they had to leave. So yeah, I mean, yeah, then maybe it's more important there, but
yeah. But other than that, you know what? Just play the game. Just enjoy it. Find your own way to play it, and just have fun, because there's always going to be that one class, that one spec, that one spell that's a little bit better. But that's okay too. You know, we have to learn as a community to be okay with that. I'm not.
Yeah, it's just exactly. You just have to move on. Like, just let it go and let it do what it's supposed to, and let it be customizable and let it be interesting and play the game in interesting ways and try interesting things. I mean, honestly, I don't think there's a person out there who does it more than Chicks. I mean, this dude is literally like fucking like trying like crazy shit that I would never even think about.
Yeah.
And so this system sounds like it's going to be perfect for players like that.
Yeah. I mean, I never considered myself competing with other people in my raid. You know what I mean? I never looked at it like that, where, oh man, Morgrain's doing better than me.
Well, yeah, that's normal.
You know, I look at it as, this is what I'm doing, how can I make myself better? And that's what you have to kind of look at it as. You're not, okay, everybody in the world is doing it this way, they're 0.1% better than me, I gotta go do it that way.
Yeah, and Trevin says something that's like incredibly important that people should understand and like hear if you've never heard these words before. He says balance is not something you want in an MMO. An MMO that is 100% balanced would have no classes be special or bring anything special because they would all be the same. And he's entirely right, dude. And they tried to do this, like Mop and Wad. This was like the player, not the class nonsense, right?
Yeah.
And they were actually like ruining the game. Like it was going in the wrong direction there. And like I think in Mop they did a decent job, but then it just got worse in Wad. And you don't want that, man. Like so like think about what's so cool about Blood DK, right? Like the self-healing and the spells like AMS and Death Grip. Those things are inherently imbalanced because no other class has anything even remotely, you know, that they don't exist. But so what? Like, how do you balance that? The only way to do that is take them out of the game or make it so everybody else has Death Grip. You know, it's like, so like this is always, and I think a lot of people are probably talking more about numerical stuff, but like there's things that are not numerical that are imbalanced and that make the numerical side more approachable.
Yeah.
You know, like having Gore Fiends, like getting everything gathered up is more DPS than having everything spread out.
Yeah.
So there's always been stuff like this in the game. There always will be. And it's time to just let the game be the game and focus more on the flavor of the game and the classes be the classes and more interesting, you know, like options within them than trying to like limit, you know, oh, well, we can't possibly give you a raid buff because if we do, then it's going to make warriors more valuable than monks and shit. It's like, dude, just play, man. Just fucking go and have at it and see what's out there.
Find your own way to be excellent. You know what I mean? Figure it out yourself. Figure out, okay, I'm a monk. Let's go out down this way and see what this does. Oh, I don't enjoy that. Well, maybe now I can go be this new dragon class, and I'll try that. And I'll find a really fun way to play that. Just find your own joy in the game. You know.
And so here we have a dissenting opinion. Matt says that's a horrible take on balance. No, what I stated was not a take, by the way, bro. It was an opinion. It was a fact. Okay, that's how the game works. So if you're not going to admit that, then we can't really have a conversation. But I'll continue to read. Whatever it is you're bringing up. Anyway, Warcraft 2 used that balanced mentality where Alliance and Horde were the same. StarCraft was balanced but had 3 completely different races. We want choice and balance, and that's what you get, yeah. But when you're looking at everything from the lens of like absolute perfection, you will always find things that are imbalanced. That's how the game has always worked. This is not an opinion, okay? This is me stating a fact about how the game has always worked, okay? And there will always be those things. So I think a lot of people just don't recognize them. They think like, oh, my class does 5% more damage than another class, so my class is useless, like objectively useless. And that's just dumb. Like, this is not how it works. The raid fights don't even support that. You know what I mean? Even at the highest level, people still switch to things like on, we were just talking about this on stream, Halandris. The BM playing people playing BM on Halandris instead of the theoretical best, the other 2 specs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there'll always be potential imbalances just because of design, and it's time to just start letting that be the case. Like, sure, you want to be a world first raider. Well, I'm sick of trying to worry about those people, man. Like, I really am. I've been saying this phrase for a long time where they complain about how hardcore being hardcore is. And at first it was like, I was just like, it was a moan, like I was just complaining about it. But now it's like, you guys are fucking idiots. Like, you know, if you're going to do this and then you're going to complain about this shit, then you know, I have zero sympathy now at this point. Like, they're actually harming the game. A lot of the worst decisions that have come in the last few years are clearly, you know, I think Master Looter being the biggest offender. Those things are clearly being designed by those people, and they have no right to be designing it because not only do they play the game in a different way, but they're actively like looking to break systems that are meant to be fun.
Yeah.
And so I can't respect that anymore. Like, it's time to move on from them. And I think that's, a step in the right direction, Blizzard doing this, because it's showing that, like, you can make the game challenging and interesting without fear of complete sameness, where everything is exactly the same, just to keep things balanced.
Yeah.
And
I
I
mean,
think the game's better for it.
Just something that's factually incorrect about what he was saying. You cannot compare an MMO to an RTS, and that's where for balance, because they're two vastly different types of games, and you cannot have that kind of balance in an MMO, whereas you can in an RTS, because there's a lot fewer moving pieces. You know what I mean?
It's a good point. I don't necessarily disagree with you or agree with you, but like, I would just say that, like, the thing about an RTS is, like, there's no environment that you're playing against. You know what I mean? Like, it's a different type of game balance wise. So yes, obviously, like, if you have 3 races, like in StarCraft or whatever game you're bringing up, yeah, you want them to be balanced, because if one has like a 20% win rate compared to the other 2, then we have problems. But that's not what's happening here. Like, there is already thousands of permutations of class and character outfits. And in order to allow them to be even more creative, you have to admit that, and you have to let that be the case. And it's very possible to do very high amounts of I think a lot of people would say that I played my Death Knight wrong the entire expansion. You know what I mean? And I've consistently been in the top 1%, if not closer to the top 0.5% of all people playing. And I'm not even doing, like, I'm just pugging as well. It's like I don't really get why people think like balance is mandatory. Like, it's not. You know what I mean? You can play the game and enjoy it and it be in balance, and you could benefit from that. Like, I've said this for years too. Like, imbalance is something that people should look forward to, because if you're serious about being better, but you're not like one of the highest like APM players in the game, like, you're not like mentally like acute enough to be really good at the game, that's a good thing, because now you can switch to the imbalance thing. Like, you know what I mean? You can take a shortcut. Like, you're sick of being the last DPS in your raid, then you can fucking switch classes. You know what I mean? But if you play something that's exactly the exact same DPS as everything else, and you're the worst DPS in your raid, it means you fucking suck. You know what I mean? And so the only way forward is to not suck. And you don't know how to do that because you're not, maybe mentally accurate enough, or something. Like, one of those things is holding you back that's outside the game. But imbalance in a video game is a ladder, and you could choose to climb it if you want, or you can stay at the rung that you're happy with, and that's a choice that everybody has made and always will make.
Yep.
And the people who don't understand that are just like, it's just delusional, really. Like, you're just wasting your own time thinking it's not the case.
I mean, look at what I've been able to do with, as we've always said, the mathematically worst combination of Covenant and Spec in the game for this expansion that we're in right now. And I've always taken a lot of pride in, yes, look, I'm a Venthyr monk. I was able to progress X far. If I can do it as a Venthyr monk, anybody can do it as anything. And that's kind of always the way I've looked at it, and one of the reasons why I've always enjoyed being that and staying as that. You know what I'm saying? So you have to kind of just let go. We've been saying that for a while. You just got to let go of some of these things. So
yeah, chaos isn't a pit. Chaos is a ladder. Well, accurately. Quotes, one of my favorite quotes ever. 100. Anyway, Rifle says, imbalance can always go in your favor. Look at Unholy Decay at the end of BFA. But a couple other comments. Let's see. 100% agree. As long as each class can complete the hardest content, that is all the balance that they need. There will always be a best. You don't need to be the best always, right? Yeah. Doing things because of the race to world first has objectively ruined the game right now. I wouldn't say objectively, but I mean, I do agree with you. Take Master Looter, for example. It holds back race to world first, sure, and elongates that, but it also works against the community. And there's a lot of examples like that you're basically designing around players who are like trying to actively break the game. And, I get, they bring a lot of eyes to the game, and Blizzard doesn't necessarily want them to stop doing that. But, like, to me, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of lame. Like, I honestly, I'm starting to think, like, a lot of the shit I see that gets done at this level, like, they're not even doing anything because they're skilled. They're doing it because it's just the right choice numerically. And it's like they're going out of their way to make that, to facilitate that. And it's like, man, you guys are really kind of like exploiting. Like, to me, that's like exploiting. It's like you're taking advantage of something that obviously Blizzard didn't do a great job with, and you're making it obvious, and you're extrapolating what then Jix goes on to talk about. He says it's about community perception of things. For like Mythic Plus, people will see Destro is better, and they won't invite Feral. And he says he's forced to subscribe to it because he wants wins. And no, I mean, you're right, and that's never going to change. So that's exactly what we've been talking about here. It's like there's going to be these people who are like this, and it's time to just move on from that. It's time to just let the game be the game. And we're now in, coming up on the 18th year of this, like, you know what I mean? So people continue to want to hold themselves back, and they want to follow a meta when they themselves are not even skilled, or, they're not really doing anything impressive. Then that's going to be up to them. You won't be able to stop them. But that is not a reason not to try these things, to not, experiment with new ideas and potentially make the game more fun for people who are a little bit more open-minded. So
100%. 100%. Just, it's time to find the joy of the game again, And I think this expansion, everything I've seen from the expansion announcement just points to them going, okay, find your own joy. Here is an infinite world. Have at it. I'm ready for it. I'm 100% ready for
it. Kinsman says, like, snapping was an exploit people used. No, it's not skill or purposeful design. Yeah, I mean, that's a decent example. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I feel it. Stuff like that I never really like doing, because it definitely doesn't feel like that's within the... Like, if Blizzard was able to fix things way quicker than they do, I think that would have definitely been something that didn't exist for very long, but... who knows about how that works. Okay, so he's got a comment he's interested in hearing your thoughts on.
Okay.
I assume it's this one. Honestly, we all just have... Okay, he says, I'd like to see them get rid of Storm, Earth, and Fire, since it's the root of a lot of the long-standing bugs with Monk. And each one they fix ends up being a nerf because people play around it. What do you think about that?
It's true, because Storm, Earth, and Fire, at its very heart, what it does is it turns any single target ability into an AoE, right? And it's incredibly strong, too, because what it does is it makes each of the 3 clones do 60% normal damage of what you would have with that. So at the end of the day, you're doubling the damage of stuff, and you're spreading it to 3 targets. So it can be... It's just so easy for it to bug out other spells. Again, we talked about Whirling Dragon Punch being one of those. That can do too, because that's, again, an AoE that is also our strongest single target ability, right? So by combining that with your Storm, Earth, and Fire, you're destroying things. And it's incredibly tough to balance, because what those things do when you're not using Storm, Earth, and Fire is nowhere near as impressive. And even technically, there have been so many bugs with Storm, Earth, and Fire because of the way it interacts with other spells. And I mean, I had this discussion with Siler at the beginning of Shadowlands. We were talking about, because target caps were a thing then. We're talking about how the target cap is 5, right? And one of the things that I tested was when you use Storm, Earth, and Fire, each clone had its own 5 target cap. So all of a sudden, you were hitting 15 targets instead of 5 with whatever you were using. So its interactions are incredibly difficult to balance and rein in, and the only way that you can fix it is always a nerf. That being said, I love Storm, Earth, and Fire. And
yeah, it's pretty unique. Very
it's very Monk. And I would love for them to find a way. It's same with Whirling Dragon Punch. I love it. It's iconically Monk, but it's broken AF, and they need to do something with it. Like I said, I love Monk, but I almost think this is a really great time for a very deep redesign of the class. And it would be
very possible
to see what Blizzard does with them.
I'm reading this article about Evoker again, and it says, I don't know if this person's like replying to somebody with some kind of disability or something because of the guy's name, but regardless, the comment is, our Drakthir feature team is aware that press and hold is an accessibility concern. and have had a toggle option built in for empower spells since the beginning. Players will be able to choose which input option is most comfortable for them. Final implementation is to be determined. I don't understand. Do you understand what that means?
I don't know. I'm just wondering because I know some people, just from my own experience, have a lot of trouble with tremors in their hands, right?
Keeping your hand still. Okay, yeah.
I know that's something like my hand can start to seize up if I try to do that. So I think what they're talking about is finding a way to do it without holding down the button as an accessibility option, and they haven't found a way to do it yet, right? They haven't found a way to do it yet that's good for them.
Well, they plan on doing it, I guess. I just don't understand how you can press a button but you can't hold a button. You can't hold down a button, you can't type, right? I don't understand that.
Well, it's all about length, right? So if I'm holding down a button for half a second,
yeah, I guess it depends how long you have to hold it down for, yeah.
Or 3 seconds is vastly different, right?
Yeah, I get you.
But
oh yeah, a Q&A in IGN channel. Where would I find this? I don't know. Wowhead, it doesn't seem. While we wait for more info to come in, what'd you think about the Wrath shit?
I was very impressed. I thought it addressed one of your biggest complaints about the idea of a Wrath Classic, is that they're getting rid of the group finder.
Dungeon finder, yeah.
But I don't know. I love the idea. I had chills. Wrath has always been one of my favorite expansions, just because it's the story of Arthas. Above everything else, it's the story. And Arthas has always been my favorite lore character. So I have always... I mean, Death Knights, that's why I wanted to play World of Warcraft in the first place when Vanilla came out. I wanted to be a Death Knight.
Yeah, it's funny. I guess I always did too, and I never realized it, but there's a picture of a human that looks like a Death Knight in the original box, like the art or whatever, and I was like, that's exactly what I wanted to be. But then I realized, like, that's not what undead look like. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? It looks like an undead, but it's a human. And so I went Alliance instead, and it's been a big part of my progression as a person playing this game.
I definitely will play it just to experience Wrath again, to go through the leveling zones, if nothing else, but I don't, much like TBC and Vanilla Classic, I won't raid, I won't go hardcore into it, so...
Yeah. Jake says Dungeon Finder changes makes no sense. When I was playing TBC Classic, people were screaming to add Dungeon Finder. Yeah, I know that. That's why I was so surprised when they announced it.
Yeah.
Don't see what has changed. The lack of players will just happen again, and screams will return. Yeah, and so like to me, it's like they're, and so this is I don't know. This is gonna be another whole video, but I have to say, like, this whole Classic thing was a complete waste of time. Like, this was a complete waste of time from Blizzard's point of view. It's pretty clear that the people who are asking for it are exactly what I expected out of them. They're wishy-washy people who are just chasing a high, and they don't have actual plans and permanent goals in the game. And they're just going to hop from product to product as soon as it comes out, and then it's, you know, Classic's going to be abandoned, and TBC is going to be abandoned. And so, you know, they have to draw some line here, because, like, the original mentality was, we want the game to be a certain way, you know, and that's why we want it to be redesigned, because it's too different from the game that we're playing in Shadowlands. And so when fucking Ian Hazakostas actually said that, I actually laughed out loud. Like, I was trying not to talk or make too much noise so people could hear the announcements, and I actually, like, spurted out a laugh, because it actually made me fucking laugh out loud. They literally said, like, you know, we don't think the Dungeon Finder it's going to fit in with the Classic version of the game. And he was like, yeah, and if you want to use the Dungeon Finder, you can go play Shadowlands. I was like, dude, you know what, dude? I'm so glad that they finally say that shit, because it's like, these people asked for Classic, and then they got Classic, and now they're like, oh, but we don't really want it that bad. We want some more shit to be added to Classic. It's like, no, dude, this is what you convinced them to make. So now you fucking lie in the bed that you made. Like, this is, you're not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's time to start, like, manning up to this shit. Like, this whole fucking project was a complete waste of time. Nobody's going to play this shit. It's like, literally, TBC's not even been out 1 full year. Like, do you know that?
Yeah.
TBC came out in May, and it's April. It's not even been out 1 full year, and everybody's like, we can't wait for Wrath. Wrath's the best. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Do you even like the shit that you're forcing them to make? I mean, do you think 1 year of TBC was worth it? Like, how much time did that make, dude, man? Like, it's it's really rude, honestly. They're basically forcing the company to make a game that you're only going to play for 1 fucking year before you start asking for another game. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
I think from Blizzard's end, they got to be kind of happy about it, because their idea is it brings people back to the game that aren't playing the current game. And since the sub is the same, what they're hoping for people who will play TBC Classic, get bored, check out Shadowlands.
That's exactly, yeah.
Shadowlands. And they'll do the same. And because Wrath is the largest the player base was ever, they're really hyped for Wrath Classic, because it'll do that better than anything other expansion. So they might stop after Wrath Classic, but since we're getting a complete redesign of the game in Dragonflight, maybe they won't, because then they'll have 3 different versions of the game.
Who knows? Yeah, who fucking knows? That was something that made me think, though. What do you think about the UI? Like, you like gonna have like remorse? Like, I honestly, like, I look at those pictures and I'm like, yo, that looks great, but like, I'm gonna miss the original UI, I think.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, I will have a little bit of remorse, but I haven't played with the original UI for many expansions anyway.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
I kind of, using Bartender and before that the Razor Naga add-on, ever since probably Cataclysm, I have removed the Griffins and removed all this other stuff and just played with a customized version. So I love the idea that, and they even said that, they said, look, if you love the Griffins and you love the way it looks now, you can still have that, and we're upgrading the classic artwork.
Yeah.
So you can keep that, or you can mod it yourself. And it goes back to what I said almost at the beginning of our discussion. Well, it removes the need for add-ons, which streamlines the process, which makes it easier for computers to handle the game. So I love it, 100%.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully. And Trevin says it could easily be a toggle if people complain enough. They could be just have it both versions. I assume he's talking about, and I don't think that will happen. I think they even said they were going to do that with the character model update they did, and ultimately they did not. And I think that's just, he also says about an engineering perspective. I think it's because of that, though. To be honest, like they're not going to keep like old. So like the way it works is like all of these things, like you can actually look at it, frame stack. Type /frame stack into your console, and you can hover over a UI element, and as you see here, it'll show you all the calls or whatever they call it, basically like everything that's important about the UI. So they're going to remove that. Like that's going to change very likely. Like I don't think they're just going to change them visually. I think they're going to change how they work from the ground up, and so then these are going to be gone, right? So this is probably just going to be removed from the game. Instead of, what does it say, player frame 2 or whatever, it's going to be some new frame being called, and the old ones will just be removed from the game. And so, honestly, yeah, I think I will miss it. I think, like, the classic UI, there's times where I go back to classic, and I'm like, man, I did really like the UI, I did like it. And then BFA changed that, and it's like, yeah, it's more functional this way, it's good, but it still kind of looks like it used to. It doesn't look very different visually. But then the pictures they show, let me see if I can get them up on stream. It's like they're very, very, very different. The big thing was the health bar, to be honest. The health bar is like completely different looking.
Yeah.
I don't know where that got to. But yeah, it's a very different health bar. And honestly, I guess as long as you could change the way it looks and stuff, maybe it'll be interesting. But I have to say I didn't really like the way it looked on the picture there.
Well, one thing, if you're really, really addicted to the old way, I guarantee you that there'll
be an add-on.
For it, yeah. Somebody will find a way to do it, bring it back. But
what's the F stack on that Kyle Hughes guy? When is he being removed? Yeah, good question. Trying to find the pictures of the UI, but I don't see it anywhere. Here we go.
Then how do I remove this frame stack now?
Just type it again.
Okay, yeah, I can. I see what you're saying.
Toggles on and off. Yeah, I see, like, it's not very good quality. We can't really zoom in very well, but it's got like a completely different look to it, and the text is quite small, and I feel like it's very different. I think it might even be a different text. But like the shape of it is not like I guess that indicates that it's my target or something. I don't really know. It's like a weird shape to it as well.
Yeah.
I just don't like the texture of it. But now currently you can do texture replacement, so we'll see if they allow that continuing forward. But I guess we'll have to see what the rest of the like expanded UI looks like.
Yeah. It's gonna be huge time for people with the people that make add-ons and stuff like that. Because everything that's works right now ain't gonna work in Dragonflight, and there's so much new stuff that they're gonna want to make.
Well, some people think like I'm wrong about that, and that they will continue to include both. So hopefully that'd be good. Because honestly, I quite like the current UI. It just what I want there to be is a much easier way to hide and move elements of it. You don't need a fucking add-on for it. It's so dumb. You don't need to type all these scripts in just to be able to do what you want with the UI.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
as long as that feature comes, I don't really care if it changes visually. Like I don't really want it to change visually, but I'll use it regardless, no problem, I'm sure. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
We'll figure it out one way or t'other.
And Chick says, I like to think they only show 2 action bars on that picture as a Demon Hunter inside joke. Yeah, because like obviously there's going to be more than 2 action bars, so I have to see what it looks like when you have the full action bar list. Now I remember, I think it was Lord of the Rings Online, a game a good friend of mine used to play a long time ago, and they had like a fully movable UI, and it could like snap. You can take literally every element and put it wherever you want, and it would snap into new bars and features and stuff. So it was like way ahead of its time, I believe. And yeah, I think that would be great to see that in this game, to just have like the ability to basically completely customize your UI without needing to know LUA code, basically.
Well, yeah, and I mean that goes back to the whole idea of accessibility too, right? Which is something they're big on. Is you know, there are people who need more UI than other people. So to be able to hide anything, to be able to move it anywhere, that's all just gravy as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Because I know I've had my own problem with, as we've talked about, my handshakes, and sometimes I'll accidentally click and drag a piece of the UI into the middle of the screen in the middle of a raid fight.
I've seen you do that. Yeah.
It's not good. It's not good. So to have kind of options is better, and especially if those options are native to the game.
So. Yeah, that's the big thing. It's just native, and then it's like, I don't know. To me, like I really hate like setting up a UI, man. Like it's just nice that they're going to be allowing you to make like a profile.
Yes.
And you're going to be able to by class and by spec and everything. It's like that's just so. Yeah, it's literally like LVUI, like he's saying. Trevin's saying like it'd be nice to potentially get rid of LVUI, and honestly, like I totally agree. I had a very famous moment in my gaming career that really impacted the way I go about the game now, where I was using Bartender and can't remember what the add-ons were called, but basically add-ons like changing everything on the screen. And you know, I was just like, oh, it looks so great. And then Old War came out, and it was famous for being like a complete mess of a patch, and the add-ons weren't working, and my UI just wouldn't work. And so everything that I had customized on my screen was gone, and it was all back to the default. And I was relying on it, like I was, you know, basically using it like WeCores would be used now. And so now it was back in its original place. And I like literally believe like it was a big part of why my original, like the first guild broke up, because I was so like unbelievably stressed that first 2 weeks in Old War that it just like made the environment like unplayable. Like everybody was suffering the consequences of it, you know? So it's like that kind of shit. Like I will never go back to UI that's perfectly like customizable, because I don't want to. Like I don't want to risk it. It's not worth it. Like I've just gotten used to what I have now.
Yeah.
And but so if it actually is in the game and it can't possibly break, and then you have to wait for somebody who potentially might not even do it to fix it, it's like, wow, this is much better. Yeah, certainly.
Absolutely. I remember when Diablo 3 came out, there was a UI customization for WoW that would turn your health and your resource into those little potion bottles. And
I've seen that. Yeah.
I that was one. I loved it. I started using that right away, and of course, every patch that would break, I'd get so upset that I'd have to wait days for somebody to figure out how to fix it. Finally, I just said to hell with it. Just get rid of it. I can't take it. And yeah, I think that's kind of when I started moving towards just the Naga as my main add-on. Because at the time I was using the Naga add-on for the bars, not bartender. But
yeah, Faxy's right. Like now UIs and add-ons and stuff are updated way more frequently for sure, but it's still like no reason to do it if Blizzard can do it. But Jix says, will the UI changes help cops' camera from being haunted? What do you think about that?
Oh, God, I hope so. That still happens, you know? Every time I go through a portal, like, the camera will pop up and it'll be on the left side of my character. I'll have to swing it back around behind my character. Or it'll be on the right side.
I remember going through so many different things. We never found anything.
Oh, yeah. I went through things
with
you. I went through things with Jix. I went through things with Vic. Everybody, I do anything anybody told me to do. I even put it up on the forums and did everything the guy on the forums told me to do.
Yeah, I remember that.
None of it.
There was a thing in there's like a text file with a bunch of really specific bullshit, and I think it had to be there, but I can't remember if we went through like every possible thing or what we did there.
I believe we did, because literally spent dozens of hours trying to figure it out. And I even, like, because I went from using, back when we were still doing Battle of Dazar'alor, I went from using a standard hard drive to, whatchamacallit there, an SSD. And I just installed a brand new a copy of World of Warcraft and built it from the ground up with add-ons and weak orders and all that kind of stuff. And it was still there the second I logged into Warcraft with nothing else in there. So I know it's on the server side. Whatever's doing it is on their side. So a completely redesigned UI, 100%, please, Blizzard.
Well, so I actually remember telling you about this now, and so that's not how it works. Like, things like that aren't server side, but what's happening is the game is saving the variables server side. So it's editing the text file the second you log into that account, and that's what happened. I remember telling you this. Yeah. So that's what happened with that. It's not something that you can't edit. It just needs to be found or something, or changed or something. But I have no idea what it would be at this point. So.
Yeah, and nobody does, because we've gone through.
Yeah, there's just a million fucking things is the problem, I think.
And there's one little thing, and you know darn well it was an add-on that changed it. You know, it was like an add-on.
It was some add-on that you used probably years ago that changed the variable.
Yeah,
and now it's registered.
I uninstalled the add-on, like probably right after I had it on, and nothing else has ever touched that particular variable.
So Mr. Brewston says, as a healer main, welcome by the way, as a healer main, I can't wait to play a Preservation Evoker. Is that what it's called? Preservation. That's cool.
Yes.
Yeah, what'd you think about the potential of a healing spec in that class?
I mean, that's amazing. I love it. I love the idea of a healing dragon, because again, we were talking about this earlier, that the diversity and yet similarity between the red and the green flights, and that's the kind of magic that's being channeled by the preservation. I think you said preservation.
Yeah, that's apparently what it's called. Yeah,
it's that's really cool. I love the idea because it's very thematic, and it reminds me of the way that they added Mistweavers as a very thematic healer. And I always like to look at it like that when they add something very very thematic like that.
Yeah, it's funny because when I was reading the leaks, one of them was talking about a healer that was like a chronomancer or something, and they were talking about using time magic to heal. And it's like, what the hell does that even mean? Like, I don't know how that would even work. But then Blizzard basically said the same thing. It's just part of a different class. Yeah. And it's like, I still don't understand. Like, what do you mean? Like, how is that going to function? So, like, this sounds like really interesting. I mean, I don't know what it's going to actually be, but I love the visuals already. Like, man, I'll tell you, that is going to be a very visually stunning class to play.
It's the way I would understand it is, if you think of I don't know how into the MCU you are, but think of Doctor Strange, the Doctor Strange movie, when he's playing around with time and he has that apple and he like eats the apple and then turns back time on the apple and the bits come back together so the apple becomes whole again. So you're like turning back time on the damage, and that heals you up, right? So like that arrow never pierced your armor.
Yeah,
That
so
would be-
Jix brings up a great point. If this is true, then he says the evoker heals through time magic, so they'll be able to stop DPS from standing in stupid by turning back time. Like, yeah, dude, that yeah.
Yes.
Fucking genius, dude. Instead of life grip, we're gonna have like rewind.
Yes.
It's like, all right, you guys. Okay, cop, you rolled off the cliff, but we're gonna rewind it, and you get one more chance here.
Don't roll up the cliff again, cop. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you fucking did it again, shit.
Yeah. No, this time my flying serpent kicked off the.
Nah, that's what it was. Yeah.
So that's another battle res then, wouldn't it be? So it adds another class that can do battle res.
Maybe, yeah.
Thinking of Mythic Plus.
Yeah, Trevin said they touched on it a bit. The green will be the healing part, and bronze will speed, which hots proc and whatnot. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean it sounds very interesting. Regardless, I can't wait to see what that class looks like. I actually can immediately I really want to do leveling challenge. I honestly have to say though, I don't like that they start at 58 though. I mean, I get it. A lot of people probably don't actually like leveling, but that was like one of my favorite things about Shadowlands was they allowed you to play a Death Knight from level 10. And that's like one of the reasons I won't be playing Wrath, because it's like if I play a Death Knight and I have to skip all the content I actually want. Yeah, I mean it's kind of stupid. People probably completely disagree with that, but it's like, if I can actually take a Death Knight through the entirety of WoW, then I would probably enjoy playing that.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
I don't really care. The Wrath zones are still in the video game, so if I wanted to go play those storylines, I can just do that on my actual characters.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of an iconic thing if you're going to create a hero class that you start them at a higher level.
Yeah. I just don't really. I wish they would go away from that, because they already did go away from that. Like they, you know what I mean? Like they changed it in Shadowlands, so I don't know why we go back to that now.
The way I look at it is 11.0 or 12.0, they'll probably start where
Do it again.
Hunters and Death Knight start.
I guess it doesn't make sense though. You can't really have a dragon in the Barrens, right? Like
yeah,
right now,
true enough.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah.
I mean, Demon Hunters and Death Knights you can kind of see, but these dragons that didn't awaken until after Dragonflight.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, Jix said, did you watch that clip I published on Sunday?
No, I think I did. What? Which one?
The mage?
Oh, the mage that died. Yeah.
Yeah, Jix said that's a Dragonflight. He's that's how he died.
Oh yeah.
He died from the Dragonflight, the Bronze Dragon character, or the Bronze Magic or whatever, doing that to him. I was like, actually, you know what? That might be right.
Yeah.
I still have no idea how that guy died.
The Bronze Dragonflight went back in time and killed him.
Yeah, I think he's right, to be honest. But what else could it be?
I still like the idea that he walked off the platform behind.
It's possible. I don't think that's actually possible, though. I don't think you can go back there. Like, Hakar would aggro, first of all, if he did, and even if somehow he didn't, I think there's a gate there. I don't think you can just walk off.
I really want to go to DOS and try it.
Just try it, yeah.
Yeah, just to see if I can walk off, roll off, or Flying Serpent kick off.
So now Faxi said, looks like Druid gets Nature's Vigil back. What the hell is that?
I don't know.
Let's see. Nature's... Yeah, I bet there's a lot of things in that talent tree that if it was a Death Knight, I'd be like, oh my god, look at all these different things. But because I don't know half the spells. Oh yeah, that's that green icon. It looks like Feralus. It looks like a picture of Feralus. We actually looked at that. I think that's literally what it is. It is, yeah. It is a picture of Feralus. But anyway, Nature's Vigil. I don't know what it does. Oh yeah, for 30 seconds, all single target healing and damage spells and abilities also heal a nearby friendly target based on the amount done. 20% for heals, 40% for damage. Oh, that's interesting. And that was removed in Legion. Yeah, that sounds like a very mop and WAD spell, honestly. Yeah, it's basically like AG for Shaman's Ancestral Guidance. Any damage you do also heals your party.
I wonder if there was one Death Knight ability you could bring back.
Oh, well, I know that for sure. It's Dark Simulacrum. Still in the game, but if you could use it in PvE, it would be insanely fun, but I don't think it'll ever work the way it used to, so there's probably no reason to do it.
What about the one from your Legendary in Legion?
It's a close second. Umbilica's Eternus was just like a legendary thing because of how powerful it was. The concept of it, I'm not married to, but yeah, obviously one of my favorite things. Umbilicus, it's just such a cool name. Like, you know what? I don't even give a fuck about what the... Yeah, just turn the legendary, just call the legendary Umbilicus Eternus. It doesn't even have to do what it used to do. I just love that name, man. Such a badass.
I was gonna say I don't know what monk ability I would bring back because they already brought Zwen back. I already bought the.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you about like potential class changes because it seems like very likely that they're going to add a lot more depth. Like, you know what they did from Shadowlands, like BFA to Shadowlands, right? Like they added all these new class spells, like DK got AMZ and Lichborn and all these different things, right? So like it seems extremely likely that there's going to be a lot of spells re-added to the game, and they're just only going to be functional through the talent system. And so, like, what talent, like, what options could you see them re-adding that you would be interested in having and potentially choosing?
I tell you what, and this goes back to WoD, and they took it out right after WoD, and that's Chi Torpedo doing damage. Because that was so much fun. Like, when you told me about that at the end of WoD, and we were trying to do challenge modes, and you're like, dude, I'll just line him up against this wall, and you just keep Chi Torpedoing into him, and it'll refresh every time it does damage.
Yeah, victory roll. That was a great idea.
Yes. If they put that back in the game, I think that would do a lot for monks to up the fun factor. Mind you, that goes away from what I said earlier about making us more balanced between single target and AoE.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah, so Postal, what we're talking about, it was called victory roll, and it was whenever you got a kill, it would reset it. And so what you'd be able to do is in a couple areas, like think about like maybe how like the first pull of Necrotic Wake, right? There's a lot of really small mobs. Well, so you would just constantly roll. Like you would kill the small mobs, they would die, and then you would refresh it. And so you like probably like 7 or 8 globals in a row would just be rolling into the mobs. And it was like insane burst DPS.
Yeah.
For very low health mobs. It was like the best possible way to kill low health mobs.
Yeah, the one hallway in Auchendoon was a really good example of it.
The best one I remember was the dragon, the whelps in Upper Blackrock Spire. That's where I first discovered it, because you can tank everything in this little L-shaped corner, and then you would literally just press spam roll. There's like 50 dragon whelps that you would kill, and they would die so quick that you would just constantly reset roll, and you'd be literally using it like over and over and over and over again.
I never discovered it until after you told me about it, which was right at the end of WoD. So I would love to play around with that and kind of get a feel for that kind of power. And now that I actually play monk somewhat legitimately.
Jix's idea for Death Knight is interesting. The DK artifact had a thing on it that whenever you overheal with Death Strike, what did it even do? I honestly can't even remember.
Was it a blood shield?
No. That's the mastery. It's some kind of overhealing interaction. I guess it did put a shield. I don't even really remember what it did, to be honest. But yeah, I agree. Like something like that for Death Strike. There was a lot of Death Strike things in Legion that were really powerful. Mr. Brewston says, I wonder what class color evokers will get. Ooh, that's a good question. What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe
that's a great question.
Yeah, because what color hasn't been used yet?
Well, I mean, millions of colors, but I mean, I just don't know what they would choose. I was thinking like immediately it'd be like a bronze-looking thing.
Yeah,
but too similar to Rogue, probably.
Yeah, my first thought was green, but that's too similar to monks, depending on how you did the green.
3 greens. I don't know about that. Probably like a blue. I don't know. There's a lot of blues. Maybe black. Daniel thinks black.
Black, yeah.
That would be. Could be. I mean, Black Dragons, obviously, but.
Yeah, I think a lot of the lore that we're going to get is going to be about redeeming the Black Dragonflight in this expansion.
Oh, it's probably going to be chromatic.
Yes.
The color, like the pink dragons or whatever, the chromatic dragons.
Yep.
That's probably what color it'll be.
Wonder if it could be multicolored.
Nah.
Yeah, you're right. Too tough.
They're just flat textures. Hey, this is still in the game. Wow. Overhealing done by Death Strike and consumption increases your maximum health by 50% of the overhealing amount, stacking up to a maximum of 30% of your health. There we go. That makes
Interesting.
sense.
Yeah.
That was what the original thing was. Forgot about that guy. Still on the artifact, even though you can't use it, I guess.
Yeah.
What was the artifact for Windwalker?
Fist of the Heavens was what it was called.
No, I mean, what was the spell? Sorry.
Oh, dang, I don't remember. It was a huge damage. Like it was just basically a nuke, dropping a nuclear weapon on a group of, or single target. I would have to, give me a sec, I'd have to actually go look at my Windwalker.
So that's one that is not carried on, I guess, then?
No.
A lot of them carried on, like Consumption, still in the game. Awful talent, but it's still there. That's another good thing. Like, I think right now they're really hesitant to try to balance certain talents because, like, for example, in Death Knight's tree, I'm on a paladin. And the Death Knight tree, you know, Hemostasis is the clear winner. And I think a lot of the playstyles have revolved around using Hemostasis well.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if they buff the other talents, and that's what they should do, right?
Yeah.
But I think they are cautious to do that because they know that if they wildly shift everybody off Hemostasis, that's actually going to shift the balance of the class. Because, like, right now, like, so many people are taking it. I think, like, 99.9% of people in the game probably would take Hemostasis. And although, to be fair, Rapid Decomposition is also being used now. But regardless, there's some talents that are like that are used really, really heavily. And I think Blizzard kind of gets it's like, okay, well, this is what everybody's taking. So we just basically, we know where the class stands because of that. And then if you start adding all these variables, like you really start to mix the bag up. But I think, you know, now with the new talent system, they're going to do that. And that's going to be more, like, they'll be more open to nerfing and buffing things, I think, because of how many options you're going to have. So it won't feel like, oh, the only option is Hemostasis. And that means Consumption can never be taken. Now it's like, oh, I can take Consumption and Hemostasis, right? Like, I mean,
yeah,
that's seemingly how they're going to handle it. So we'll see.
Strike of the Windlord, a fierce double attack that also cripples your foe, is what it says on the Fist of the Heavens.
And that just does single target or AoE?
No, I think it does. No, I think that's single target. That might be what you bring back for Monk, because if you've got a huge single target nuke, that kind of evens the playing field for that.
That's interesting.
Because the way it's talking, fierce double attack, you're using both. Yeah, because the Fist of the Heavens was one on each hand, right?
Yeah.
So it was basically like Storm Strike, right?
Yeah.
Is for shamans, right? You're clapping your hands together. But it also did something. It applied a debuff, and I don't recall what it is.
That sounds like it just slows the enemy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at this new post here. Oh, this is interesting. I hate that Wowhead has this access before the fucking game's even in alpha, but these are the kind of articles we used to make into videos a long time ago. But I'm gonna link you this, and you can tell me what you think about it. Take a look at this.
Drakthir customizations and animations.
Yeah, so they're showing a lot of pictures, like obviously, you know, the different dragon colorations and blue dragon and all that and stuff. But then as you scroll down, you start to see, this is one thing that I did want to ask you about. It does look like, especially the male, I mean, I think it's definitely the case. The male Drakthir is a blood elf, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it looks very blood elfy to me.
Yeah. It's basically like got probably like facial features of other races more, but the male body is definitely a blood elf. But the human, the female looks to be a human body, don't you think? It's definitely not blood elf.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look thin enough to be a blood elf. It looks to have more form to it.
Yeah.
But it depends. Depends how much customization, because the lore is that dragons can turn into any, you know, humanoid form. You know, like Chromie's a bloody gnome.
Oh yeah, that's true. Shit, and it doesn't sound like they'll do that, but yeah, that's interesting.
So you got to think they'll have enough different customizations for different races. But
now scroll down and you'll see the animations as well. They've already published. You see that?
Yeah, those are. And this is kind of what gets me to think that they'll probably, talking about the humanoid form, that they'll probably allow a lot of customization there. They're only showing the animations for the Draconid form.
That's a good point, yeah. What do you think about the animations?
They're really cool. I love the idea of the Draconid form. My biggest thing with it is I think they're going to treat it the way they do the Worgen, where you can be in humanoid form as long as you're not in combat. And the second you go into combat, you're going to go into your Draconid form.
Yeah, that's probably exactly how it's going to get handled, isn't it?
Yeah, which always bugged me, because I always liked the idea of being able to stay in the humanoid form. But I understand, lore-wise and all, practicality-wise, you should go into your other form, but...
But back to Jick's comment about talking about perhaps the tier. He made a bunch of comments about how, like, this is actually what I was saying is, like, also how they treat a lot of design right now, and that there's conflicting ideas from them, it seems, or perhaps lack of foresight, or vengeance and blood decay changing radically with tier. And then he says something that's absolutely true. Perhaps the tier is a borrowed way they can test radical changes to classes without any staying power. Yep, that's exactly
100.
what they do. And they actually said that out loud in the 9.2 announcement when they were talking about tier. And I actually made a video on this too about what their goals were with tiers. They made a whole post on it on the community console, and I was shocked to hear what they said. Basically, they said exactly what you said. They're like, we're considering making these extremely powerful, and then we're going to see how that changes the gameplay, and then we'll know like what we should do with class gameplay moving forward. So yeah, that's literally exactly what happened.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. That's what they do. It's a really good way to test things, I think. And I kind of like some of the stuff that they've tested, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, tier sets in general, like the fact that we already have what the next tier sets are going to look like. I don't know, man. I think like tier sets it's going to be hard to keep them good though, because like I feel like at the end of an expansion, it's a really good idea. Like it's excellent that we got it right now because it's incredibly powerful and there's no reason to worry about it.
Yeah.
But in the beginning of an expansion, what you start to run the risk of having is that people are going to keep a tier set from the past raid because it's just too good, or it's too fun, even, And I think they've had that happen with Ret. I feel like that happened with Ret Paladin. I don't remember what it was, but I swear I've heard this story before where they just added the Ret 2 set from Tomb of Sargeras in with the ABT patch because they knew. I swear that happened. I don't remember what it would have been, but
maybe. I mean, I mean, going from one patch to another inside an expansion, that is 100% a problem. Going from expansion to expansion, not so much, because of course they can just disable the stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I mean, we even said that when we were talking about 9.2 coming out back before it came out. It was like, it's a perfect time for tier sets to come out because they can ramp up the power without worrying.
They can just go nuts, yeah, and we don't probably have that luxury at the start of an expansion, so we'll see.
Did they say what the tier sets are gonna, the powers on the tier sets are gonna be?
No, it's just the art. I mean, I don't even know where all this shit's coming from, but it's just art, I guess.
So do we even know if those are tier sets then? Or
they are, yeah.
Or if they're just, that's what the mail armor looks like, that's what the leather armor looks like, or that's what the monk armor looks like, Just because it's
the Wowhead article says they're tier sets, so I don't think they would guess on that.
My thought is, if they make armor specific to the class, doesn't necessarily make it a tier set, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Again, it's too far away to worry about that, I think, at this point. But
yeah, I mean, it says Primalist Raid tier set concept art. So presumably that's Blizzard telling them that it's Primalist Raid tier concept art. They're not just making it up, There was another post about exploring the zones, but I don't. Yeah, what was your favorite zone out of those stuff that you've seen?
I don't even know. It's just they're all so good.
Yeah, you know what, dude? I did not see a single element of any zone that I disliked, and I'm sure that'll eventually change. But it's usually, I remember when they announced BFA, and they showed Justfar, and I was like, dude, I don't want to be in that zone whatsoever. Now, granted, Justfar ended up being like way more diverse than the original pictures they showed, but it was basically just like a swamp. You know, it was like kind of garbage. And I was like, I don't really like that style at all. And to be honest, like I've been doing a lot of Torghast on alts and shit just to level. And I'm like, you know what, man, Torghast is such a great feature, but its setting is so bad. Like if it just took place in Ardenweald or Bastion, like a more colorful zone, it would be like, I think people would really like it a lot more.
Yeah.
And so they're announcing these zones, and I'm like, dude, look at what you see in all these zones. Nothing murky, nothing grim, nothing like dark. You know, and it's like actually all vibrant, and it's so much more attractive because of that.
Well, and I mean that's kind of, you know, the theme of the expansion too, right? We started going to the land of death through the maw, and from there we escaped the maw and went out into these other zones that were visually gorgeous. And now we're going back to Azeroth, and we're going to this primal place that's just brimming with life and starting to come alive again. And so we're getting, from the beginning, a lot more.
It's easier to make that happen. Yeah, you're right.
So I mean, if we got a tower in that main dragon city that we could do challenges like Torghast with, I think that would be really cool because it could embody all 5 zones, right? Or 4 zones or whatever we're getting.
Yeah.
It could embody you know, as you go through it, it could randomly, you know, because it's procedurally generated, what zone type of thing you're going through as you ascend the tower. So.
Yeah, it does make me wonder what like the new, because like we saw a few things about like kind of basic systems, like the talent stuff, and like those are core systems that are going to impact the entire game. But other than the flight thing, we haven't seen anything about actual max level systems, because like the blacksmithing and the talent thing, that's like the whole game, right? So I wonder what the actual, because like that's 10.0 content, right? Like I mean, the talent system is 10.0 content, not 10.0.1 content.
Yeah.
So it's like you know what I mean? Like what actual expansion features are we getting? We got almost no expansion features.
Yeah, and again, we're a year out, so I'm assuming we'll get more of that as we get.
Yeah, I guess we just don't. Yeah, they don't even know maybe yet.
I just really want the core idea of Torghast to progress.
It's just so goddamn good, dude. Like I actually have to say that, like it's really good, and I think a lot of people didn't like it because they like, I don't know, like they resent having to do something in a game that empowers their character instead of just embrace it. And I get it, you know, that's not necessarily the most fun thing at times. There's been times when Torghast was very boring, but it's changed and gotten so much better over the last 3 patches, basically, that to me, it's just like, I think this is a marquee feature of the game. And it's like, when you start comparing it to like Islands and Warfronts, it's like, dude, this is like 100 times better than those systems.
Yes.
And it would be a real shame if they just completely abandon it. But I would imagine it's going to just be left there, yeah. And it'll be like, you can go back and do it, but I don't know.
I just hope that they iterate on it. You know what I mean? Like, because some of my most fun streams through Shadowlands have been, I'm going into Torghast, I'm not doing it the way everybody else is saying I should do it, I'm not the right covenant, but I still managed to succeed somehow.
Yeah, dude, Torghast is like really, really good single target or single person content, and the Mage Tower is even better, to be honest. So they've had like some really good ones in the time, but it's like, to me, man, it's like such a good, unique idea, and if they just announce, or if they just release the Jailer's Gambit, or whatever, what's that thing called now that we have? If they just released that in the first season instead of the one we had, and they just made the Twisting Corridors be the one that you like kind of meander through and explore at your own pace, dude, I think everybody's opinion would have been completely different on it, because that is so freaking fun. It's unbelievable.
Absolutely, 100%. The boss rush mode, I love it. I have to do a stream of that this week sometime, where I go back and finally conquer a couple more floors, you know?
So let me tell you about something that you probably didn't see on the 925 PTR last night then. So they're adding a new, like, massive achievement. Like, basically, like, every single piece of content in Shadowlands, if you do it all, you get a big achievement and a title, okay?
Oh.
So it's like a game meta achievement instead of just like a dungeon meta achievement, which is cool on its own. But one of them that I didn't even know existed, which is in the game right now, it's called Tower Ranger. Have you heard of this?
sounds really familiar, but go ahead.
Yeah. So Tower Ranger is a title, okay? It's currently in the game. And in order to get it, you have to complete the Adamant Vaults, which obviously we've all done.
Yeah.
You have to complete a Flawless Master, or Flawless Layer 16, I guess, is one of the requirements. Twisting Corridors, Layer 8, so presumably you've done that already.
Yeah.
Master of Torment, which is basically to use the torments in specific ways. It's kind of like a weird achievement. And then the other one was to complete the Jailer's Gambit at rank 8 or layer 8 or whatever you call it. So, and apparently people are saying this is like an incredibly difficult achievement to do because all of those things require like a serious commitment to your class in Torghast. And I was like, yo, man, that sounds like amazing content. Like, I don't know. You should give it a try, I think.
Yeah, definitely. That 100% sounds like something I would love to do. Let me ask you this, just a quick 9.2.5 question. How do you think they're going to arrange that with the raids? Because they kind of touched on it in the thing, but they didn't really go into it.
Yeah, so that we know that now too. In fact, you know what, man? All this stuff pushed off some really big info from last night. So let's quickly talk about 9.25. Let me see if I can scroll back. There's a couple really big things coming in that patch, man. I'll tell you. First of all, yeah. It's now only going to be 3 crafts required per rank of legendaries. So when you try to learn it and you know, like you're skilling yourself up, you only actually now need to craft it 3 times instead of 15.
Nice.
That's kind of cool. Yeah, the new titles I was talking about, basically huge meta achievements for a lot of different Shadowlands content. One is the Mall Walker title, and the other one is the Veil Strider title, and those are the 2 things I was describing.
Nice.
And then obviously some tuning, and it's probably actually it. Besides this thing here, it's called Faded. Okay.
Oh yes. Yep.
Oh, you see the article?
Yeah. I got it up now for the stream.
Great. So basically, the way it works is one of the raids gets empowered each week. Blizzard announced that all 3 Shadowlands raids will be returning. While players were originally concerned that they'll need to clear all 3 raids each week, this new icon on the UI implies that only one raid will be faded and drop increased item level of Season 4. This week, bosses in this raid are empowered with a special affix. Now, the affix is here too. I don't know where that got to. Oh yeah, here we go. The faded raid affix. So there's 4 affixes, okay? So I think the way it probably ends up working out is it changes every week, just like regular affixes. But here's what it says. Chaotic Essence. Summons a chaotic essence which casts chaotic destruction, inflicting cosmic damage to all players if successful. Upon interaction, the essence becomes hostile, and instead of continuously manifesting chaotic motes, these motes channel 3 cosmic damage into targeted players every second. When defeated, each mote splits into additional motes. After 15 seconds, the chaotic essence dissipates, granting all players 2% increased damage done, 2% increased healing done, and 2% absorb done. This effect stacks with each chaotic mote slain. So what it sounds like to me is you can click on it or do something with it, and then it'll make it harder for you to deal with. But the more you do and the more you deal with, the more damage you get. So potentially allows you to, like, you know, if there's a fight, like I was thinking about Enerva. You remember how we had to make like that huge DPS race in Enerva, and then there was like a big period of time where it kind of broke the encounter.
Yeah.
Like imagine using those things to really facilitate that. Like you're just kind of stalling out in phase 1, and then you kill a bunch of these, and everybody gets like a 10-20% damage buff, and then you just blast through the next phase with Bloodlust. Like that could actually really change the fights. But that's not all. There's 4 total. Protoform Barrier protects the caster, reducing damage taken by 5%. This effect stacks every 1 second. Upon expiration, the barrier shatters, inflicting 80 cosmic damage to all players. If broken, this effect backfires, increasing all damage done to each enemy during the barrier as cosmic damage, and additionally grants players 10 to 20% increased damage done for 20 seconds. So that's kind of like the shield in Necrotic Wake on those big skeleton dudes. Basically, it goes up, makes them take less damage, and then if you kill it, you get a big buff. Like it does a bunch of damage to them, and you get a buff. So it's like, I don't know how you're going to function with that, but that's another one. Then the third one is Reconfiguration Emitter. Taints a player, inflicting 15 cosmic damage every 1 second for 15 seconds. Upon removal, this power explodes for damage, manifesting as an attackable enemy, and constantly casts. Successful casts inflict 40 cosmic damage to all players, and that stacks apparently. While present, the caster grants all players 5% increased damage done, and 15% increased damage taken, and 15% increased healing done. This effect is disabled while the caster is unable to act. So it's like basically somebody is going to like turn evil or something like that in your raid, and you kill them or something. I don't know. It's very interesting. And then the fourth one is replicating essence. Ensnares afflicted players, reducing movement speed by 15% and inflicting 15 cosmic damage. Upon removal, this essence patterns itself as 2 attackable enemies, which constantly channel 3 cosmic damage every 0.5 seconds into targeted players. Upon defeat, grants all players 2% increased damage done and 2% increased healing and absorb. Upon reaching full power, this essence replicates itself into 2 additional copies, exhausting itself, preventing additional replication, and no longer grants players any beneficial effect upon defeat. So it's interesting. Like, I mean, these things are going to clearly impact the raid. I don't know how fun they're going to be or how they're going to rotate, but what do you think about that after hearing that?
I just keep thinking about, there's been so many fights this season, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I remember there being fights where we have these large, massive downtimes where we can't really do anything. And it's so frustrating. And I think this would be a really good time to interact with these fixes, get the buffs from them, so that when we come out of that downtime, we're just destroying things.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, there's been a lot of fights like that, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean, Sylvanas really a bad one for that.
Absolutely. And wow, there's so many different ways that would change just the flow of the fight.
Yeah, but so what it sounds like is going to happen is it's going to be like, okay, so this week we have Castle Nathria, and it has the shield effect fix, okay? So that one we do. And then next week we have Sanctum of Domination, and it has the Summon the Orbs one, you know?
Yeah.
And then we have Sepulchre, and it has this, and then it just keeps rotating, and it's always a new experience, because there's 4 fixes and only 3 raids.
Yeah.
So that means what, like 12 iterations, right? I guess, I don't know. So regardless, it's like going to take a long time before we start to see the same concept in the same raid again.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty good.
That is really good. But my thing with it is, are they going to be putting tier sets in the other 2 raids? Because otherwise, those 5 slots are going to be dead slots for loot in those raids, unless we can upgrade them into tier.
Okay, so yeah, another thing you haven't seen then. So the way it looks like it's working right now in the PTR is the raids don't drop loot. They drop a token that you can use to go buy whatever loot you want, basically, or something like that. It's not for sure. It doesn't. I don't know. I haven't heard anything since then, but I did see people talking about that, where there's like a vendor with a bunch of shit on it, and you just take a raid, like something that dropped in the raid there, and you can use it to get something you want. Now, it's possible that get something you want means simply just tier, or maybe specific items like weapons or something. I don't know, but yeah, it does seem like that might be how they handle it.
That's interesting, because I know they tried that system with Nathria with just the weapons, right? With the tokens where you have to go to a vendor, but...
Yes, not really. I wouldn't say it's similar, but somewhat.
Yeah. Interesting, because then my question then becomes, if we're raiding Nathria that's empowered this week, can I go get something from Sepulchre with my token? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I think that's how it would work, yeah. Or it's just like a universal item that is value. And I think it'd probably make the most sense with just tier, like.
Yeah.
No, the tier doesn't drop in the raid anymore. It just now comes from the system, and then whatever gear is in Sepulchre, that's what you would be getting. You know, that's the item level of it, and that's what you would get.
Yeah, because that's going to push our item levels up too. Another, 26 or whatever they normally go up. So, yeah. So that's going to mean, that's going to put things at an item level that competes with legendaries too, right? So does that mean we're going to be upgrading our legendaries again?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Probably do have another legendary upgrade. Maybe not, though. I don't know. I mean, they don't need to, but they could. I'm not sure they know yet
Yeah.
everything. It's because like it does seem like this is still a ways out. Like they didn't even talk about it today. There's not really been any announcement, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I do hope that the season doesn't have to come when the patch comes out, and that we can get this cross realm or cross faction thing as soon as possible. To be honest, but
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind if there was a 9.3 for that season.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, like just make another small patch that brings that in.
Yeah, 100%. Huh. Very interesting stuff. Like,
yeah, today's been a hell of a day, huh?
It's just so much info. It's going to take a while to digest it, I think.
Well, and then more is going to come out. So by the time you've digested the first meal, you're going to be ready for the next one, you know? It's like crazy.
Well, you know.
I don't know what the timeline is here, but...
Oh, there's new IGN interview with Steven Denuser and Ian Hestakostas on Dragonflight. Master Loot, Great Ball Talent Tree.
All right, good. Let's read that. Hold on, I'll read it if you don't, unless you want to read it.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Sweet, let me get it up. Okay, here we go. We've summarized some key points below, but apparently we can check out the full interview on, again, if we want to see more details. Okay, so key takeaways. Master Loot. Nothing specific to announce on Master Loot. They're not rapturously... What the hell does that word mean?
I don't know. Rapturously? Like, as in the rapture?
Yeah. Oh, rapture. I see. Okay, not rapturously happy with personal loot and its complexities, causing frustration when you can't understand why you can't trade something. There's room to improve there. Some form of collaborative cooperation loot allocation is not completely off the table, but there's nothing specific they've settled on yet. It's just crazy to Master Loot worked so well for so long. All right, anyway, Great Vault. Overall, happy with how the Great Vault has played out. There's room for improvement and something they're continuing to iterate on, similar to the Consolation Prize in 9.2, which I think worked great.
Yeah.
Anyway, that weekly structure to complement Mythic Plus and PvP makes sense, and we feel that the Great Vault is a better system than a single item chest in Legion and BFA, which I think, I don't know, there's people out there who complain about the weekly vault, but like I can't see any problems with it.
No, the only improvement I would make is I would add a 4th and 5th column, you know, so that if you're really dedicated to destroying the content, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that. I made a video on that talking about that a while ago as well. Like, I'm in big favor of just letting it go to 20 dungeons or something. Like, I don't see why it can't continue to go. Like, you don't need 5 options. Like, I don't know why people like can't put that in their head. Like, I made that video and said that, and people were like, "Oh, I don't have time to do 20 dungeons, bro." It's like nothing would change, dude. You just still do whatever you're doing now, and it's like it's the same. I don't get it. Anyway, talent loadouts. Swap loadouts anywhere. On swapping talent trees, the goal is maximum flexibility and returning to being a hybrid. Are you ret/holy or ret/prot? Ooh, I love hearing those words. I love hearing those words.
Yeah.
Because at first, looking at the talent tree, it kind of does look like... it doesn't look like that, right? It's like there's the resto tree, and then there's just random druid spells. And it's like, okay, it's cool that we can choose what druid spells we want and what resto spells we want, but there's no balanced spells. Like, there wasn't trees on that, you know? But so hearing that, like how it was in TBC and Classic, where you were ret, you put, so many points into ret, but you also put points into holy, that's more what I want.
Yeah.
And so if that's being said, oh man, that's great.
Maybe that's what those octagons are for, is where you get to choose something from somewhere else, or
maybe, and you can choose holy shock.
Yes.
As a ret paladin.
Shock it in.
Class. Damn, that would be awesome. Okay, players expect flexibility in being able to optimize and problem solve specific settings such as Mythic Plus, different types of raid encounters, or swapping roles. They don't want you to go back to an increasing gold cost for respecting. Instead, the plan is to have multiple loadouts that you can change in town, and once you have loadout set, you can just swap from your Mythic Plus loadout to your raid loadout. I love it.
Nice.
Very good. Professions. They think that professions have lacked depth and identity in WoW. The closest they have been is back in the old days. If you went out and collected all the enchants, people could seek you out and they knew you had what they want. That has been lost.
Mm-hmm.
One of the goals in Dragon Isles is for crafting and gathering to go deep and specialize and master their art. Being able to make some of the most powerful items around and be able to interact socially. Work orders and collaborative crafting can allow players to get BOP items from a dungeon or in the world Oh. That they can bring to a crafter to have the crafter turn it into something they can wear. Oh, wow.
Nice.
Or they can go to the work order area of the auction house and they can list their work order with mats and a commission fee. Then, a commission fee as well. Then crafters can come along and fill this work order. Yo, this system is actually growing on me. Every time I think about it, I actually like it more and more.
Well, and that's one of the things they said that I think you might not have seen is that you get to decide how much you're going to pay the thing when you do put it up for commission, right? So if I say, I want you to craft this rank 5 chest, I'm willing to tip you 300 gold. Now, you're a crafter. You go there and you see, oh, there's 12 orders here. Cop's offering 300 gold, but Jix is offering 500 gold. I'm going to go make the 500 gold one. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, is that how it works?
Yes, because there was a slider there where you could offer how much you wanted to pay the guy.
Oh, as the person who wants it crafted.
Yes. So you're setting the price.
So yeah, it's like a bidding war. Like, okay,
yeah. I have all the mats for the chest. I'm willing to pay 300. Jix has all the mats for the chest. He's willing to pay 500. Well, you're going to go make the 500 one first, right?
Interesting. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
That's what I got away from that because, like I said, I noticed that slider there, and I was like, ooh, that's what that's for.
Yeah, that's got to be it. Yeah. It's interesting. So this new part, and we haven't actually talked about this. The whole like profession, like blacksmithing, also having armor smithing. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Like, what do you know about that?
I really like it because it sounded like while you're able to specialize, you're not locked into that. So once you get to be a master armor smith, then you can go and be a weaponsmith, right? So from my point of view as an alchemist, I can be a potion specialist and work to get my potions up to the max effectiveness. But then I can go and be a flask specialist or, all stuff like that.
You think you can do all of them?
That's what they said. That's what they were saying. Like, once you finish putting points into there, you can go over here. That's what I heard anyway. So once you're done maxing out armor smithing, you can go and be a weaponsmith. So to me, that's great because it extends how long professions are fun, useful, and profitable for you. Right?
Well, and so that's what I was saying about Classic before, dude. Like armor smithing, the quest line for these things, it's like this is like a whole freaking playthrough. This is like 40 hours of content right here, doing all this content. And so if they can just bring stuff like that, it doesn't need to make good gear, man. Like collectors will be interested in it. Like completionists will do it, and it'll be fun and it'll be interesting. But now that I've heard what they said, like what's the quote? It says, allow players to get BOP items from a dungeon or in the world and bring it to the crafter to have the crafter turn it into something they can wear. So now, the words sound like they might mean actual dungeon gear, but I guess not, maybe, huh?
I'm wondering if it means you're in a dungeon, a loot drops from a boss, you get a BOP recipe or a BOP token, let's say, and you take it to a crafter who has the recipe for that, and they can make it for you. Like, I'm wondering.
Yeah, so you don't think it would be actual loot? It's just some gray item or white item and that you turn into loot. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is you're gonna get something that's like, it's the Shadowcraft vest, from Wailing Caverns, the serpent vest or whatever. And instead of it dropping the serpent vest, it drops a token because I'm not a leather worker, and I take it to your guy who's a leather worker who makes it for me through either the commission thing or directly through trading, and I get it back, and since it's BOP, it's bound to me, but the crafter makes it for me, right? So I have to be either make a work order for it, or I have to actually be standing there talking to the crafter while they're making it.
Yeah, and so I'm just trying to figure out how it fits into the gearing schema. So do you think it's going to replace dungeon drops, or it's just going to be supplemental to dungeon drops?
I think it's going to be I think it has to be supplemental, because I think dungeons have to drop gear. But I think there's going to be drops, and then there's going to be rare drops that are the token, right? So
it just seems weird to me. Like, if that's the case, why would you even bother with dungeon gear? So I'm thinking what actually might happen here is it might be like bad luck protection type thing.
Sure.
Like this might be the solution to like, you haven't gotten a lot of gear recently. Okay, but you're getting a lot of these white items that you could turn into gear. So go buy one, you know? And that's like,
Yeah.
oh, that would be genius, actually.
Yeah. I like it. Maybe use it as something that's fairly rare, too. Maybe it's not even a gear item. Maybe it's a completely rare transmog-looking item, too. That you might have to run the dungeon 100 times for this token to drop. You know? I don't know. I don't know how they're going to implement it, but I think there's a lot of different ways they could go. And I think there's probably a lot of different ways they will go at the end of the day that gives it a lot of variety. Because that seems to be what they're looking at now, is variety of ways of doing things. So
yeah,
hopefully...
Diabolical says he thinks it'll be more like rare mats, like Chaos Orbs, in the way that there's only like one per dungeon and everybody has to get lucky to get one, or...
Yeah, no, I like that.
Like a Primal Nether as well, where there's just one from the end of a dungeon and 1 out of 5 people get one.
And you're like,
Bynum Scott
lucky.
says, yeah, it could be that way. It's just like, to me, if that's the case, like, why would I bother with that if the dungeon also drops that? Like, as of right now, I mean, it just depends on a lot of things, like the frequency of gear that you get. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need to craft gear. Like, just get the gear from playing the game. So what does the crafted gear benefit? Like, how does that work? Like, why would you bother with that?
Maybe the crafted gear is slightly higher eye level than the stuff that actually drops from the dungeons. Or maybe the system is more targeted at people who aren't doing 100 dungeons a week. You know?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, there has to be some kind of, like, I don't know. I'm not really sure, but I think it will probably be, like, some kind of, like... Because people have been asking for Valor to come back.
Yeah.
And what they mean by that typically is they don't actually want Valor. They just want some deterministic loot system that if they don't get lucky from getting drops, they can still get some gear. And so I think that this is what that would be. And you're getting whatever these crafting items or reagents are, and then you're guaranteed to get a piece, but you now have to go through the profession system, and you're basically turning the profession system into the Valor system. And that sounds like a very good idea to me.
Yeah.
And then I think that might be what they do here.
Yeah, like the Frost tokens back in Wrath, only going through crafters to get actual gear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I like it. It's a very nice way of saying you haven't gotten any gear lately, but you've got 100 of these tokens. Go get yourself a piece of gear. And it keeps crafting relevant too. Huh. Plus, they could iterate on it through the raid system too, as another way of bad luck protection.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's got to be it, because that is a hot topic, and I don't see what else. Like, if it's just gonna work like professions do now, I just don't really see why. Like, why bother with that? Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, if you have to do dungeons to get these things, and the dungeons already drop gear, what's the value of these things, right? Like, that's my thought process now. So it's like, this could be it. It's like, this is a more deterministic way to get the gear.
Yeah.
Or you can just rely on the regular avenues.
Yeah, I like it, because if you know you haven't had a helm drop in an age, you've got all the stuff, you can go get it. Yeah, I like it.
What else? Anything else?
No, Season of Mastery patch notes. Nothing else that I can think of, buddy. So much got through.
Yeah, so let's talk about what the future. What do you think the future is? So I want to hear your thoughts. First of all, we'll just start with the easy one. When do you think Wrath, the next classic thing, is coming out?
It's probably going to coincide with either 9.2.5 or Season 4 or both. So, let's say November.
Yeah, a lot of people have been speculating that they're like setting up content to stagger out really effectively here, so they don't have to rush Shadow or 10.0.
Yeah.
And I actually could see that. Like, that makes a lot of sense, right? So, like, if 10.0 is going to take like 1 full year from now, like if 10.0 doesn't come out, like, I mean, even just the pre-patch, if that doesn't come out until like say May, how do they keep people continuing to play? And one way to do that would be, Wrath comes out about 6 months from now, something like that. So it's like, man, pretty good idea.
Yeah, so that puts it October, November, 6-7 months. So yeah, and then season 4 you could start about the same time. So you have both going at the same time.
Jix posts a picture of him having 4 set on a character with like less than 2 days played, which is pretty crazy. And yeah, that's what he says. Like it's more elf friendly than people are giving it credit for, and I totally agree. That's what I was saying, dude. The creation catalyst is like the best system they ever added, and we can only fucking pray that they've learned some big lesson from that, because it honestly is the best system ever added.
Yes,
like it is actually so important, and it could really change the way gearing works in this game, and maybe that's what the profession stuff ends up being.
Yeah.
But it could be huge. Like this concept is really, really, really big, and so I do hope that they will continue with it. And then Faxi says, I was in a key and heard your Master Loot stuff. Are you not a fan of Master Loot? I think it should be an option for guild groups. No, I am a fan. So what I'm saying is, like, it seems weird to me that they continue to say, like, oh, we can't possibly find a middle ground here. Like, when, looting in general worked the same way forever. And I really don't think there was any actual problem with it. Like, I remember the big issues they gave was that, like, people were, like, stealing gear and shit. It's like, dude, nobody's fucking doing that. Like, what are you talking about? Like, and like the whole, like, you raid as a healer and you're never allowed to get gear. It's like, dude, that's how raiding works. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why that was an issue. One that they need to solve. Like, that was the player's choice. Like, if you want to be in a raiding guild like that, then that's the choice you have. So I never saw it as an issue, but at first personal loot seemed like a win to me because it was going to be more loot. Originally, personal loot in Legion was actually one more item than master loot.
Yeah.
You'd get 5 items from personal loot and 4 items from master loot. But that's not what they fucking did in BFA. And that immediately soured my opinion on it. And at first I didn't really care. And I kind of still don't, but it was definitely not, like, it was a bad decision. And it seems like it was primarily made to satisfy people who are not even satisfied, but just like elongate the lifespan of people who are just fucking absolutely hardcore power gamers. You know what I mean? And I honestly just don't, like, the more that time passes, the less of respect I have for these people.
Darn those HPGs.
Yeah. Colin, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? And Faxi says, just make it so it has to be a guild group. Whatever percent of people is fine. I mean, that doesn't solve the problem that they seemingly wanted to solve, was the world first thing, right? Like, that, to me, that's, even though they never, like, really openly admitted it, although they have gotten closer to admitting it recently, they never openly admit that it was a major problem, like the whole split rating thing. I think that's definitely the big problem, right? Like, that's the number one thing they're trying to solve, is so people aren't just, and they're still doing it. So it's like, to me, it's like, what did we do here? Like, I don't understand why we did this in the first place.
Yeah.
I really don't.
I don't know. I think it comes down to they were worried about people. They were worried about the wrong people. You know what I mean? Like, if you had stepped into LFR before BFA, it was just a quagmire of people arguing about loot after every boss for 10 minutes. Because
really?
Yeah, it's insane because everybody felt entitled to loot. And if you go past that to, these people who are raiding without a guild in, say, a normal environment, it's very easy to feel cheated out of loot. So they're looking at it saying, okay, you all feel you're entitled to loot? Fine, everybody gets personal loot. If it doesn't drop for you, that's just the roll of the dice.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's just like the most egalitarian way to handle it. Yeah. Like, just take the person out of it.
Yeah, I think back to an old video from Preach back in the days when he made really good videos, when he was talking about there's no good way to do loot, because no matter how you do loot, someone always gets screwed, right? Whether you're talking about a DKP system, because they're having people as part of the decision of how loot gets distributed, it's too easy for people to exploit.
Bias.
Yeah. I never had that because I always raided with people with a really good loot council, and then personal loot came along.
The thing that bothered me the whole time about it's like, dude, you know, if you're the fucking leadership of a guild, you deserve a little bit of control. Like,
yeah.
it's the Blizzard made it very difficult to be in charge of a group of 20 people. Like, they've made it very fucking difficult. So that was always like a big issue for me. And then like it made the problem, the fucking nonsense where people want to play like 6 alts and shit. It's like it's making it worse. It's like I don't know. The whole system doesn't work, and this is a rating problem to me. I don't really think it's a looting problem. I think Blizzard has some big problems with raids, and they probably aren't ever going to address them. And so that's why I've pretty much stopped raiding. But yeah, obviously, looting in general is the problem.
I think having a toggle would work. You know what I mean? Toggle on the master looter if that's the type of guild you want to be. If you want to have personal loot as a guild, have it off. You know what I mean? Because I just give the option. You know.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Diabolical says I've done all LFR 2 weeks in a row now and got 1 piece of gear. Yeah, I mean, like that's another whole problem. Like the raiding has so many problems with it right now. It's actually crazy. Like it's so inefficient to raid. I mean, that's the only thing. Like I wonder about what this profession thing could be, because it's like you got to figure this out, man. Like this is really bad. Like right now, raiding is very fucking difficult. Like it gets harder every season, it seems. Yeah. And like people are like evolving in a way that's really bad for everybody as well. Like people are becoming more and more selfish and more like, I want this done immediately kind of thing. And then on top of that, like you're making loot harder to come by, and you're taking decision making away from the people who are putting in the work to make the guild work. It's like you're killing raiding. Like honestly, like if it wasn't for the fucking tier sets and some trinkets and shit, I don't know why anybody would raid. Like it's actually really, you know what I mean? I don't think very few people do it to just enjoy it, like I'm trying to do now, like just to have fun, you know?
Absolutely, because people see it as a progression path for their character rather than something to do for fun, and as such, they get very, very entitled very quickly.
Yeah, and it's just too hard for that. Like it's like you have to be dedicated to it in a long-term way, and Blizzard is making it really hard for people to want to be dedicated to it because of how hard and how slow everything is.
For sure, and I mean that's why the race to world first took as long as it did. Is because it was hard for them to get the gear up for the tunes that they wanted to put up.
Diabolical says, personal loot just gave another reason for people to not stay in a guild. Yep, exactly, man. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like when, the people who are in charge of the loot are the ones making the decisions for the entire guild. Like those are people that you have to respect. Like, and I get it. Maybe some people were scumbags and they're like holding guilds hostage or something like that. But like, come on, dude, that's like a people problem. That's not a game problem. You know what I mean? So now you're creating this situation where there's like no, I mean, like honestly, like what does a fucking guild leader even do now? Like he starts the raid. That's it. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's actually kind of weird. Like 20 years ago, like the raid leader was in charge of everything. Like guild leader was in charge of everything.
Yep.
Anyway, my Jix says my issue with personal loot is even if it's not real, it spawns to generate gameplay, like trying to do certain bosses in an order. Because you're due loot. Yeah, that's a different take. I would never even think about it that way, but I'm sure that is something that I was just thinking about this with the vault, though. It's like now that we've killed 6 bosses in heroic, I now have 1 less chance to get the jailer mace because we haven't killed the jailer on heroic, and I would take a normal mace, So now instead of getting 2 chances at normal mace, I'm getting 1 chance. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. Those kind of problems are just too pervasive in the game, looting wise.
Yeah, and I mean, that goes back to what we talked about earlier about adding columns, right? So if you could add columns to Mythic Plus, you add them for more dungeons, but if you add them to raid, maybe make it just for more bosses. And I mean,
you can do it for raid too. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can exceed the number of bosses in a raid to get more slots, so you're doing them on multiple difficulties, so that you would still have 2 shots to get the jailer mace, but you also have 2 heroic slots. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that way we get incentivize people to do more content, right? Do the raid more on different difficulties to try and get that 1 piece.
That was what was really good about Legion. There was a lot of reasons for people to do raids that they didn't actually need loot from because they were trying to get bad luck protection built up so they can get legendaries and stuff. And I do feel like that's another problem they have to contend with. Well, anyway, we kind of got off on a tangent here, but I want to ask you one more thing. So we asked about Wrath. You think it's going to be November. So let's think about a timeline for 10.0. Well, maybe when do you think 9.25 comes out? When do you think Season 4 starts? When do you think 10.0 comes?
I think 9.2.5 coincides with Wrath. I think probably either 9.2.5 is depends on how far along 9.2.5 is on the PTR, and I haven't seen that yet. So I think
it's definitely not coming out in November if that's what you're thinking about Wrath. Yeah,
either that or Season 4 comes out along with Wrath, because I think there's going to be some overlap there. So if we say Season 4 is coming out in November, right, then 9.2.5 is probably 2 months away at the most, maybe 6 weeks if it's out on the PTR now. 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah.
I think that's really reasonable. And then we look at 10.0 when 10.0 is coming out. I think anywhere from May to August 2023 is reasonable, depending on what problems they run into before they get to the alpha/beta stage, right? And then what problems they run into during the alpha beta stage. So
yeah, that was another question. So when do you think the alpha would start?
Oh, I would probably say once. I think that's going to start in between, right? So let's say if we put 9.2.5 in 8 weeks, and we put Wrath/Season 4 in November. Let's say halfway in between that. I don't know exactly where that's going to be right at the moment because I don't have the calendar in front of me. But yeah, let's say halfway in between those two. November, so 7 months, so 8 is 2. So say
like September or something?
July, August. Yeah, I say August, September. Somewhere there.
Okay. Yeah, because I do think beta is like, I don't know, to be honest, dude, a beta is like just as big as an expansion launch. Like, I don't know if you remember the BFA beta, but they had like almost nothing in it. And there was like millions of people watching it on Twitch. Like, I think there will be more people watching the beta, the alpha, that first night than there will be people who watch the announcement today. Like, I genuinely think that.
100% agree.
Yeah, so it's like this is another big announcement, basically like another milestone for the game. It's not just a day. So I think they do plan these out well in advance. But I do think, like, yeah, I don't know when 9.25 comes out, and that'll be the variable that I can't control for currently. But I don't think there will be that separation between that patch and the season. I would not expect that.
Oh, okay.
So I would say like maybe a couple weeks of separation. But I do think what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to stagger this, 9.25 and Season 4 potentially in one breath with Wrath. And so I do think Wrath would probably come out much later this year, just because honestly, to be honest, dude, like if you want Wrath right now, you're kind of just like, I really don't know what to say about that. Because literally TBC's not even been out for a full year yet.
Yeah.
And obviously not even all the content's out yet. So I think you got at least 6 more months of TBC, which takes us to at least September or October or November. And then that would be Wrath. And then, I think probably probably this time next year we're playing 10.0. I would say April or March, because it's really popular that they like these spring releases. It seems like a lot of Blizzard games come out either in November or in spring. So
let me ask you this: when did Season of Mastery start? Because I don't recall.
That's a great question. It would have been November, I think. Yeah.
So if they plan to have Season of Mastery be a full year, and they wanted to kind of bookend Season of Mastery and start Wrath,
God, I forgot even out about Season of Mastery. Yeah,
that November would be a really reasonable time for Wrath to come out. No,
I guess so. I mean, I have no idea what they plan on doing with that. I'm not sure they do.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to think, because I mean, TBC is its own thing, but. I mean, if we give TBC 6 more months, May, June, July, August, September, October.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, how does Season of Mastery fit into this? It's a great question.
So, but if we give TBC 6 more months and Season of Mastery 6 more months, and we bookend both of those at the same time and start Wrath, so that both of those are kind of done at the same time.
That could be it.
Yeah, that sounds. I think November is really reasonable for Wrath. So
very possible. So we got some replies. Jig says Wrath Christmas 2.5 October 10.0 April. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, the Christmas thing is pretty close to what I would expect. I mean, I don't know if they want to do things on Christmas, but yeah, definitely around that early December maybe.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't
and then
think
Sarah's here.
Oh, hey, Sarah.
Yeah.
We didn't think they were going to do... Well, some of us didn't think they were going to do an expansion launch around Thanksgiving, but they did that.
You're still not going to let me live that one, huh?
Never. Not ever.
Cobb gets one thing predicted right, and that's it. You'll hear for the rest of your days about it. But Sarah asks, your hair is looking very healthy. Did you trim it recently? I did actually. Yeah, I got a little bit off. My hair was like really like uneven. Like the front was way shorter than the back, so I got that all basically made into one length.
Do you look less like Jesus then? I remember, wasn't that one guy in your stream or my stream who always used to call you Jesus?
Yeah, I guess so. I definitely do, yeah. My hair's like, I don't know why, but it's like now like flipping at the end, which I'm not really a fan of, but I assume it'll eventually straighten back out.
Yeah.
Well, what else? Anything else you want to talk about?
Not really, dude. We're getting pretty late here.
Yeah, I'm gonna get going soon, but I just want to give one last chance for any closing thoughts.
Let's see. One last chance for news. Any new news? New news.
Oh yeah, let's see.
Possible raid lockout changes for Wrath Classic. Don't care at this point.
Yeah. Mentioned that the Classic team is looking at possible changes. Classic team is also looking at some adjustments to the raiding and lockout system so players don't feel obligated to run 4 versions of the same raid per week to optimize their characters. Okay. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck with all that. You tried that in Cataclysm and didn't work real well.
Yeah, you're right. So Faxy's got a new one. I actually think 925 is late June. That'd be 5 months this raid, right? Maybe. I don't honestly remember, to be honest. We're not that long into this season, so yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I just don't know. Do you think 2.5 comes with the season, though? Like, I mean, I don't know. That's the question.
I don't know. I kind of think they want to separate them at least a little bit, simply so they can get the cross-faction stuff set before they start.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I really think it'd be an awful idea to release a new season the same week as a new fucking crazy shit like that. Like that, dude, 100% chance the game is going to be unplayable during that time. Like, guaranteed some big bug is going to exist, right? So.
Well, I mean, every time we've had a big patch, we almost don't get to raid that first night, so I guarantee it's the same for that. So maybe even if you put it 2 weeks into it just to get some spread, you know?
Yeah, so Jix thinks it's just going to be like normal where 2.5 comes out 1 week before season, and that's fine. And so, like, to me, that's the reason I'm not assuming that is because it seems like 925 has some really core tech to it, but like it's ready, like it's on the PTR, like a lot of it is there already. But do we want, like, let's say it come out in 4 weeks, right? Do we want season 4 to start in May? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? So I don't know if Blizzard does either. That's why I was thinking like they would have some separation between them, like more than just 1 week. But you know, Cobb's thinking it might even be like multiple, maybe months or something. So I mean, I just don't know what they plan on doing with that, because that's so unlike any. They've never done something like this before, to my knowledge. I've never seen anything remotely similar to this in the game, where they're doing like a random season without any actual new content in it. So I mean, that could literally come out next week, and it would be, you know, there's not much remaking of stuff there. So who knows when they want that out?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't started to PTR it yet, so that's the thing. Are they gonna? We'll know by how the PTR reacts, right? The PTR is still on a 9.2.5 client when they start testing.
They haven't started testing it, yeah, but the data is there, so.
Yeah, so, I mean, who knows? I'm talking about the Season 4 stuff, right? So.
Yeah.
We'll know by when they start testing that, if it's still a 9.2.5 client. But
oh yeah, actually, we were just talking about that, how it's going to be like an empowered raid, and that you're going to do that one raid a week. I was saying about this before. I think you're going to have like it looks like there's 4 affixes, so it's going to be like a 12-week rotation, basically. Like you'll have Nathria with the 1 affix, and then you'll have Domination the next affix, and then Sepulchre with the 3rd affix, and then the 4th affix will be back on Nathria, and you'll just keep rotating for however many permutations that is until you finally get back to the first week of the first fix again. So I really like that. I mean, it depends on how gear works. We were talking about that as well, but totally, it could be good. I'm sold. It's all about gearing for me.
Yeah.
If they make gearing like shitty, and like I don't know, there's too many ways that it could fail. But as long as it doesn't, then I'm fine.
Let me ask you this: do you think they'll add domination sockets to the tier sets?
No, I hope that. I hope they will not do that.
That thought just occurred to me because it would be useful in the domination raid, but nowhere else.
Yeah, I hope that they will just eliminate it, because that's the only raid that has something like that. So I hope that just doesn't happen. But yeah, Faxi says, and even Jix as well seems to agree. I'm just happy it's not all raids at once. You'll never be able to do it, even in a guild like mine. Yeah, it's just impossible. Like 30 bosses. Like, and the thing that was going to be upsetting to me was, it's like, dude. So what, should we do the 2nd boss in Nathria, or should we do the 4th boss in Sepulchre? Or, okay, well, we could choose 4th or 5th boss in Sepulchre. There's like a split. It's like, oh god, dude, that's not a good idea. But somebody said that this is how they've been handling PvE in the Star Wars game or something like that. One of the games like that for a long time. And so I was like, oh, as soon as I heard him say that, I was like, that's probably what they'll do. So,
well, I'm glad it's not what they're doing.
No, the way they're doing it is how other games handle it.
Yeah,
so that's what they do. Yeah.
Yeah. With the switching between the different raids.
Yep. Where it rotates, which is cool.
It does mean you're going to make me kill Sludge Fist again.
You're going to have to do a cup.
No.
Probably never on Mythic, so you don't have to do the hard part. But.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm gonna wrap it up. So, any last chances here?
No. The only thing I'm gonna say is to everybody watching my stream, I just want to say thank you for copping on by. It was a heck of a ride. Take care. We'll see you tonight for the raid. Peace.